Hey Pat, how are you doing? How's everybody doing tonight? Crazy day, huh? What's the temperature by you, Pat? We're supposed to have snow or ice tonight. We've got all kinds of things going on. Hey Cheryl, good to see you. So, a couple of people have birthdays. I don't know if they're going to be here or not. um, Guess we'll wait and see. Oh no. Um, Guess we'll wait and see. I put on my phone because I'm on my laptop. We'll see how long it works. Can y'all hear me? You're not answering me. Pat hadn't answered about the temperature. Is this okay? Okay, good. Thank you. uh, so, what y'all think about the inauguration and all that? What did you think about the executive orders? And oh my goodness, there's so much going on. I have different opinions on all of it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It seems like we're always waiting and seeing, right? We were kind of talking about that. We went backstage with Indy to watch the inauguration. Had some good conversations. Starting to get over this sickness stuff that I had. Thank goodness it's going away. So I was thinking we could play the game tonight, but there must be a lot of lives because of everything that happened today. I thought Melania looked really nice, even with the hat. It all matched. Looked good. It was some kind of crazy expensive dinner we paid for. How'd y'all like that? I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't go political tonight. Not a good idea. Elaine, good to see you. Elaine, thank you. I agree. Hey, D Dog. Pat, I thought the same thing. We kind of actually, hey, Jeannie, good to see you. You know, when they had all the military lined up there, we can, and they were just like standing there looking at the statue thing. We were wondering if people were going to come out and um, be judged right there, kind of, sort of. I don't know. It was weird. Lane, I'm agreeing with you more and more. I don't know if that's scary or not. Hmm. So, what do you think, D Dog? You want to come up? Do you have time to come up? I could drop the link here since my laptop is working right now. We'll see what happens. There it is. All right, Cheryl, do your Beetlejuice thing. A 50-pound chicken is a big chicken. Yeah. Mm. Hey, kiss off. Good to see you, sweetie. T-Dog, I'd really like to talk to you. I want to know what you think about the executive orders. And why executive orders? To me, that's like a king signing orders. I don't know. Why isn't it put on the floor? What? Why does this keep happening with every president? Thank goodness for the J6ers, though. They are being released tonight, I'm told. They have to be released by midnight tonight. So that's something good. I mean, there's some things good for his people. Mm. Not all, Elaine. I don't know, y'all. I, I would just like to know what y'all are thinking. Where are y'all at? Happy? Yes, Cheryl. Yeah, the word I used at Indies was trepidation. Still, still feeling that. What's EBS? Oh, be charming. I didn't know Bushcraft was alive. Thank you, Bushcraft. I did not know he was live. I even looked to see who was live to try not to go over anybody. Tell him I didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, Cheryl. Um, wow, kiss off. That's crazy. You didn't see his notification either. Yeah, I had no idea. Agreed, Elaine. Okay. Thank you, Be Charming. Country Humans Network. Good to see you. Interesting handle that you got there. um, let's see. Well, I can do it. I was just thinking, I don't have any moderators that know how to drop the links. Silver Patriot, good to see you. That's true, Kiss Off. Um, I don't know. I, I've heard different things. Um, hopefully they don't need medical attention, but we'll see. And that was the Country Humans Network. I'm sorry, I'm like not with it. I hope I typed that right, but y'all know what it is. And Silver Patriot. That, I don't know if I can type all that out. But man, I like your handle. Let me. Excuse the noise in the background. I have my door closed, but sometimes the girls can get a little loud still. Hey, Donna, good to see you. Hey, Al Bundy, good to see you. Where did Silver Patriot? Okay, there we go. So y'all can check out those channels. But there's signs of the future now, and it's all about the kids. Is it all about the kids? Hey, Chessboard, good to see you. What a wonderful day. So faint. Is the sound better now? Be charming. I was mumbling to myself when I was getting those links. I'm sorry. If it's not better, I'll change to my phone. But um, I didn't really hear anything about the children. Um, and I know I may have missed a lot. I did hear stopping anchor babies. Eric, thank you. Much love. Miss Mendersu, good to see you. Great day today. Yeah, and I was thinking because of the two birthdays, playing the game again just to unwind and not talk about all the stuff. It's up to y'all. MAGA Patriot, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I can't share music. I'm afraid to share any music because then that's when it gets crazy. Alrighty, my chat's getting crazy. Oh, there he is. Work mouse. Hey, D-Dog.
I didn't do it, Bonnie.
I did.
Okay, good. At least we know who did it.
I'll take accountability.
Okay.
So what'd you think? Or did you even watch? Or did you just
Okay, let me say it just one time. Okay. And
okay.
let's see if you've ever heard me say this before.
I know I have.
Okay. What am I going to say, Bonnie?
Executive orders are not law.
No,
Not
I was just going to say fuck DC.
oh, okay.
Have you ever heard me say that before?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, for an executive order to be actionable, one, it has to be either of these situations. One is to address something on the executive branch. Okay. For two, to show his conviction to upholding the word of law given by Congress.
Right.
Okay. And the only, I heard about a few of them and stuff, and we'll get into the pardons too. Like state of emergency for the southern border, putting the military at the southern border. Now we're in a sticky area because the United States of America considers the southern border the first 110 miles. And some parts of the federal government thinks it's only 10 miles. So what part of that is he going to be dealing with?
Yeah, because we have over 700 miles just in Texas.
No, I'm talking from the border inland.
Oh, okay.
So,
Hey,
you know,
Richard.
I don't even think Trump knows, but you know,
Amy.
he's good with business.
Yes.
Yep.
That's what they say.
Now he can't legislate from the so-called from the bench. You know, he can't do an executive order to make a new law that's never existed. He can do an executive order to say, hey, we're not going to uphold this law because I don't see it being constitutionally fit. Okay. Now the pardons for the J6ers. First of all, there's not going to be a single one of them released until midnight and 1 second. And that's only because the jail system wants to get their funding for one more day on them.
Oh my goodness. See, and that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so the J6ers, they have been convicted of whatever, I guess, is why they're in jail. But
a lot of them haven't even been tried.
Exactly. So the pardons, like Fauci, Milley, who was the other one? Fauci, Milley, and no, it was one other one. And
well, Biden did one on Liz Cheney too.
It's the committee. So,
right.
Well, these are the ones that I guess Biden did those last minute. That's right. Okay, so to me, you have to have a felony to be pardoned from. And if there's no felony, isn't that an admission of guilt if you give someone a pardon that doesn't have a felony against them as of yet?
Okay, there's a Supreme Court opinion, I think it's from 1950, somewhere in there, right around World War II.
Mm-hmm.
That anyone accepting a pardon is admitting guilt of doing the act.
Oh, no.
So if Biden did a blanket pardon for all the J6 committee and didn't do individual pardons for each of them, then that doesn't mean nothing. But if they all accept it, then they all admit guilt, and then we don't even need a trial. We can just go straight to sentencing because the pardon doesn't have any effect. Just like if Trump didn't do a pardon for each and every individual at J6, then that won't do nothing either, and that'll end up being tied in the Supreme Court for 2 or 3 years.
Oh, my goodness.
So he may have done something to make everyone all happy and feeling fuzzy, but he may have made it a bigger mess.
Yeah. Wait, X, I see you. What do you mean? Can't leave comments for 24 hours. Huh. So, yeah, what that would do then is they may be released, but they may still have to go to trial for whatever, right?
Okay,
J6ers?
the pardon for the J6ers is already hit. It's already been written
Right,
and autographed. But all it takes is a committee. They can flash a committee real quick and then put an appeal on that pardon to the Supreme Court because of it not being proper or something.
right. Okay. Goodness. Well, anyway, I still think it needs a whole reform. I mean, what I saw today was a lot of it was like watching a royal event. Like, so if we went by the Constitution, that would, I think it would be completely different than how it was.
Okay, but it's the same as it always is. The way it ran, the only difference was it was inside instead of outside. And the only time that it happens like that is because of weather.
Right. And I can understand that. That's fine. I was kind of surprised that they even still had the parade inside.
Okay. Well,
Kiss.
I'm not too surprised because he's got a target on him anyway.
Yes. And they were really close to him, walking backwards, like had him completely surrounded several times.
Hmm.
Yes, X. Snake of Satan. Yeah, he said he's something about Israel. Oh, I can't remember. Put the spirit back in America. Hmm.
Yes, because a lot of them have already been released because they already served their time. But with the pardon for everybody, the ones who did time will end up being able to be reimbursed or compensated for the time that they were in.
Well, that's good. See, and that concerns me. Chessboard is is the spirit of America so low that this is what it took to raise it even. Are we that low on morale? patriotism, faith. I don't know. Hey, Sean, good to see you.
Yep. My nephew spells his name the same way, seen, and it was because he's to be seen, not heard.
Well, that's the way I thought that they would spell my grandsons, but it's a different way.
Yeah, I think seen is the Irish way or something like that.
I think so. Mm.
Yep. I've been using my thumb drive.
John Denning, good to see you. Favorite actor, Sean Connery.
Yep. Sean Connery.
Yeah, I wasn't named after a famous person to y'all. It was my great grandmother. Well, that's the way I grew up. Um, we were we were locked outside in the backyard. Like we came in for meals and to go to bed. We didn't hear any adult conversations. We had no clue how the house was kept, how what bills there were, anything. We were no adult conversations were we privy to, and it was just okay. You're moving. Okay, we're moving back. Okay, we're doing this, and you just did what you were told. It is 26 here right now, and getting colder. Last night seems like the wind chill was under the teens. It was pretty cold. I put bubble wrap on my windows. You could tell an instant difference. I cannot believe the change that can make. That will save on your electric bills, guys. Bubble wrap on the windows. True, Donna. Kiss off 6 degrees. Ugh. 8 degrees. Indiana. 2 and -10. Oh, yeah. What is it where you are? It's same, isn't it? Are you,
We're single digits right now.
yep. Mm-mm. Never comply. 72 degrees. Where are you at, Sean? Goodness. Everyone did Sean's house. Hawaii. Yep. Sounds like a good place to be. The sun was really shining this morning because I expected to see snow or ice on my car this morning and nothing. And then, um, like afternoon, early afternoon, all of a sudden the sky just turned that color, before a snow or hail or sleet, any of that. And I was like, uh-oh, here we go. Running the central air. We're all freezing to death. I haven't heard from Carl yet. I'm sure he is jumping with joy.
Kiss off. I didn't watch any of the nonsense that happened in DC today.
50th vice president. Hmm. Interesting. Missouri 12. Oh, goodness. And I was just telling my daughter about the property in Missouri for sale. She said, no, it's too cold up there. And I said, they're usually only 10 or 20 degrees cooler than us. Well, this is an unusual cool for us. So, yeah, I could see where it would go minus 19 with the wind chill. So, what's our solution? How are we going to save the world? D-Dog?
Let's see. Well,
Hey, Mom.
okay. Let's see. Let's start off with fuck the world and work on your community.
Okay. I'm already working on my community.
There you go, Bonnie. Start there.
That's it. And that's what I was saying. Because the corruption starts there. And if we start at the lower level, this is what I think. If we start at the lower level, we are paying taxes. Those taxes should cover everything that is needed here for us. So,
Are you talking about the money that they're stealing from you?
yes.
Okay, just checking.
So, but if that's what we need for the roads or the infrastructure or whatever, okay. But the problem is that there have been some corrupt people. We had a city manager that was embezzling money, and we had a chief of police that was embezzling money. So it does start at your level that they're not on the up and up. But if you can get to where you can be self-reliant in your community and stop that government funding, then that's a step forward, right? And then you go for the state level, where if your state has its own resources that they could sell to other states, or, I mean, why does there have to be money? Tell me why.
Okay, to understand what you're talking about, Bonnie, let's make it real simple with something that I've done a ton of research on.
Okay.
Okay, taxes. Now, let's just address public school. In the last 20 years, the amount of children attending public school has gone up 7.5%.
Up.
Has gone up.
Because I thought,
The administrative part of public school has increased employment by 98%. So
what?
almost all the money going to public school is wasted on people who do nothing.
Oh my goodness.
And the government is no different. Doesn't matter if it's local or whatever. There's so many people pushing paper that don't do nothing. And a lot of communities put all their eggs in one basket, and they're the communities that have a special department that does nothing but search for grants.
Yes.
Now, grant money is received if you promise to give something back. Like if your police department has body cameras, that means that there's a direct feed from the download to the federal agency. If your area doesn't have body cameras, then you have somewhat freedom. Now, the cities and towns that have cameras all over the place, that's a federal funded operation that your city or town council decided they wanted all that money.
Right.
And they can tell everything about everybody walking around. Now, the police cars that have the license plate readers, those license plate readers are capable of reading 1,500 license plates every second. And they can track every single motor vehicle with a license plate on it wherever it is. And these are all grants. And if you pay your so-called income tax, which is actually you volunteered to give part of your compensation for your time and call it income to the federal government, it gets funneled back to your town if you have any of those policies happening.
So what we're paying in gets funneled back to our town.
Well, the money that is sent to the IRS isn't enough for them to even pay the debt or the interest on the debt. So Congress has to borrow money to have all these special programs to keep all the surveillance state going.
The only place I've seen that is at toll roads. They take a picture of your license plate and send you a bill. But I haven't seen it I know some places have it at their traffic lights. Most stuff like that.
Yeah, Navy vet. I wasn't even getting into the private entities that give open access to law enforcement. I wasn't even getting into that. I was getting into where your community so-called leaders are getting bribed to give up your freedoms.
Okay. And Miss Menderson says tariffs will take care of us paying high taxes. I don't see how that. I really don't think we're going to see any of the tariff money.
Well, the thing about tariffs are going to force American companies to move back home.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. We need more made in America. But didn't that fail at one time, tariffs? Back in, was it the 50s?
Well, anything having to do with finances. If it's not ran properly, it will fail. And Kissoff actually knows something about the only Clinton that was worth a shit, and that was George Clinton.
Wow.
Yeah, George Clinton. He also signed, I think it's the Declaration. It could have been the Constitution, but I really think it was the Declaration of Independence.
Okay, Miss Minister. I understand. Good job. Ross Perot.
Well, back when America ran off of tariffs, that's before we went into the fractional currency. And that's when America had a huge surplus of gold before we went into that other garbage. We should have stuck with the gold standard.
Right. So Governor Abbott was there, I guess, because of the border. When I saw him in Trump, like making sure to point him out, I was like, wait, what? Why is he there? And then because of the border, I guess, I'm sure. Because of the lawsuits we have against the government. And from what I understand, because of a bond, he's decided to be constitutional now. A bond that the people put on him or against him.
Well, okay. In Texas, even a lot of your elected servants that I really, really don't like, okay, Abbott's one, because Paxton has got balls of, big old brass balls, and he'll throw them up in anyone's face.
Yes.
That's forcing your other boys to behave.
Right. And that's good. I know. I like Paxton.
Yep.
One thing Rescue and I agree on.
I like him too, because he'll at least return my phone calls if I call in and ask a question. And he knows I have nothing to do with Texas. I'm all the way up in Michigan.
Yeah. And you've talked to Paxton?
Yeah, a few times.
Mm. So, Bootlicker, are you talking about if we're suing the government, we're suing the taxpayers?
No, you're suing the banks. And the banks will get richer.
If the banks are sued, they'll get richer.
Yes.
How does that work?
Fractional currency.
Mm. So that's another thing. He's really pushing this cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency, because it has no middleman. Okay, get that. But somewhere I saw where cryptocurrency is being used for the drugs and trafficking.
Well, it doesn't matter. Drugs and trafficking will use any means possible.
Exactly, but there's no trace of it. And also,
there's no trace on cash either.
True. But also, isn't that pushing us more towards the digital system?
Well, if you do crypto, it's all digital.
Mm-hmm. And Bitcoin, all of that is. I guess Bitcoin's just a part of it. Yeah.
No, chessboard, you're wrong about Walmart. Uh, Sam Walton, whenever he came up with the concept of Walmart, he promised everybody that at least 70% of the products that were listed in his stores would be American made. After he died, his kids got greedy and just pissed everything that Sam stood for away. That's why Walmart's a shithole now.
Mhm. Excuse me. And you can actually find a lot of American made on Amazon. I know everybody's all against Amazon, but you can find American made companies through Amazon. And I'm sure there's a lot of people rolling over in the grave.
Chessboard, I actually think Sam is haunting his family. I don't even think he's rolling over anymore. I think he's out and he's haunting his family. Just like Fred Myers is and Barney Kroger's. Because all three of the families, they screwed up a really good, solid American standard company.
Yeah. You know, that's what. So I don't know if y'all noticed the statue inside the Capitol, and it's supposed to be um, a sign of freedom. Freedom. I can't remember what the statue's called. Do you remember? No. I'm gonna
It,
see if I can pull up a picture of the real statue.
the only thing I want to do in DC is go to the Congressional Prayer Room and see the 200-year-old stained glass of Washington kneeling. That's all I want out of DC. That's all I want to do is I want to see that.
See Washington News. I heard something about that today. I can't remember what.
Wall Builders did a special on it 2 or 3 days ago, so someone else is probably talking about the prayer room with the stained glass of George Washington kneeling.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been talking about going to see that for over 20 years.
Do you recognize this statue?
Nope.
This is the monument in Massachusetts, is it? This is the one the forefathers left from the monumental documentary.
Okay.
And it tells everything. Each one of these, each one of these blocks, each person has multiple things going on. She's holding the Ten Commandments, and then there's something under her chair there, and it just it covers everything: the faith, the uh, education. Annie Aunt Jack, good to see you. Cruising Carpenter, good to see you. Oh no, it's um I can drop that link and y'all can look, and may explain. It's, yep, it explains everything. I think. Is this it? No, that's the EOs that were signed. Okay, what'd I do with it? Well, that's just a picture. Go back. It's the national monument to the forefathers in Plymouth, Massachusetts. And there it is. Okay. This tells you all about it. Paste. Like, oh, thank you, honey, Jack. We were looking for that earlier.
Well, all the coolest shit is on Ballotpedia.
Ballotpedia. For real? Or are you joking?
Well, that's where that link's out of for that Anti just dropped.
Oh.
Ballotpedia.org. Donnie Trump's executive orders and actions 2025.
Okay. Good Lord says this is better.
Yeah, chessboard. There's still a lot of textile plants in Georgia and South Carolina.
Did anyone see if the pipelines were open back up? Because that's what one of the discussions was, the purchasing oil from other countries. When I went to East Texas and saw all of our oil capped off, it's shut down. We have it right here. Hey, Tracy, good to see you. Are you laughing at me?
Yeah. Matter of fact, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's 3 different classifications for oil. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm talking about as soon as it comes up out of the ground. The stuff in America is considered light oil.
Hey, Benford.
Okay. All of our refining plants are built for dealing with heavy oil, and all that comes from the Middle East. So,
not our ocean.
Right. And over in the Middle East, all their plants are built to deal with light oil. So we have to take our oil and sell it to them so that they can make a fuel or something out of it. And we have to buy their oil, bring it here so we can make a fuel.
Okay, wait.
Okay, that's just fucking stupid.
Yes, it is. What's your thoughts on unions?
Unions are good for some people, but not for all. They're good for certain types of jobs, but not for all.
Yeah. I just remember when my son was an apprentice to become a journeyman, he was out of work a lot through the union. Where if he would have been with a private contractor, I think that it would have been steadier.
Mm-hmm.
Same with our plumber. He hires local boys and teaches them the plumbing trade on hand while they're getting paid. So anyone can be an apprentice to someone who's licensed and learn a trade without going through the union. Yep, Annie, Jack, we were discussing that earlier. He stands alone. Good to see you.
Yeah. Well, bootlicker, California could be debt free and cut all taxes if they drilled. But the same thing would happen to them that happened over in Libya. You know, what was his name? Gaddafi or something? The Libyan people were so rich, they had no debt, and it was the only country in the world that didn't have a debt. Plus, people got a subsidy and a per diem for whatever they were doing. They had no medical expenses, and anywhere in the world they went, all they had to do is go to a hospital, and their country would pay for their medical expenses.
Wow.
Nobody had to work or anything else. And he went and he told off the UN a half dozen times. You know, basically told them, kiss my ass and leave my country alone. And then he gets assassinated.
And where was that at?
I think it was Libya.
Libya.
Yeah, and I'm thinking like the 80s or something.
And so that's kind of what the El Salvadoran president is doing, isn't it? From El Salvador. I don't know if I said that right. He's cleaning it up and making it more profitable for the people, from what I understand.
Yeah, but it doesn't work for world politics and world finances for a country to be self-reliant.
Right. So you don't think his time will be very long?
Well, okay. Now, what happened over, you know, there with their oil is similar to Dubai.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the thing that's different, Libya or whatever was a country or a state or whatever you want to refer to it as, where Dubai is a corporate city. It has no direct attachment to any government entity.
And they're rich as can be.
They don't even keep track of their wealth. But there's economists that say that some of these princes that live in Dubai are trillionaires, which would make, you know, Elon Musk look like a pauper. You know, they go buy a $500,000 car when it runs out of gas. They just go get another one because they get them full of gas. That's kind of stupid monies in Dubai.
Hey, James. Good to see you. Pepper 101. Saudi Arabian policies with Libya. The Clintons instigated. Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't put that out there.
Well, James, you could be right, but all I know is that one guy who went up in front of the UN and just dogged the crap out of everyone and kicked salt on them. He is no longer breathing, and he gave his all the people in his country, basic liberties and freedoms to do as they please, as long as they don't harm anyone else.
So, what do you think about us pulling out of the UN?
Good.
That's what I said. Kind of surprising, but I still didn't hear us pulling out of the big one.
What, NATO?
No. NW.
Well, we're supposed to be getting out of the Paris Climate Accord again.
Yes. So is that part of the NWO? I don't know.
Like New World Order?
Yes. Here we go.
I don't care about that stuff. I care about my community.
I understand that. I'm very good to see you. But at the same time, all of that is going to eventually affect our communities. Correct?
Well, it doesn't have to. If you have a good sheriff, he's going to keep that nonsense down. He's going to keep your local government under control. He's going to tell the state government, quit screwing around. He's going to tell the federal government, no. That's what a good sheriff does.
Good to see you, Raymond. And yes, and so I need to write me a list of things to talk to my sheriff about. That there's some things that are concerning there. I know what you're fixing to show me.
Make sure your sheriff understands this.
Supreme Court case, state sovereignty. Is that a book?
Yep. Richard Mack wrote it. But this is the actual law case. And this case was to make the Brady Bill go away.
I didn't write that down in time.
Son of a.
No. I know.
Let me help you.
Richard Mack. Got it. No.
There you go, Bonnie. Is that better?
You're a brat. Okay.
Yep. If your sheriff understands this case, he can turn all the crap the government does upside down.
Supreme Court case, state sovereignty. Got it.
Yep.
Goodness. I don't know how to spell it. There, it's good enough. I know what I'm talking about. What are your thoughts by knowing F's with NK? I don't know what
Who's
NK.
NK?
I don't know. Hey, Garrett, good to see you.
Okay, Bonnie, let's be real quiet and not let Squirrel know that we're on. Maybe she'll leave.
Oh, okay. It's just supposed to say hello, Chief. North Korea.
Oh.
because they've become a superpower pretty
No,
much. No, that's not
no,
it.
no, they're third worlders.
Ah.
I don't know who's North Korea tied to, Russia or China.
Ongoing. Hmm. So, okay. Elaine says both.
Right. Yeah, James says both. Tennessee Ridge Runner does China.
Hmm.
Yep. Squirrel's waiting on the aliens to come and save her.
So,
Beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life here.
um, our judicial system,
Is a joke.
excuse me. Hey, James Richardson, good to see you. Yes, is a joke. And under the bar, under the crown. So, because of them being under the crown, excuse me, I still have a little bit of the crud. Um, does that make them the same as the government? Is it all connected? If it's
Did you
under
say
the crown,
the judicial system is under the crown?
maybe. It is. It isn't it? Bar Association. What does the bar stand for?
Okay, the bar, the British whatever, has nothing to do with the American bar or the your different state bars.
Okay.
There's no direct or indirect connection. That's just like the crazy people who talk about being on the bridge of a ship when you're in a courtroom. But if you look in history, every court proceedings in history was in a church, so that's a pulpit. But hey, I don't want to screw up anyone's little beliefs.
So it's the any way to fix it?
Fix what?
The judicial system. It's backwards. We have innocent people going to prison and criminals being let loose.
Right.
So
Okay. If you want to fix the judicial system, start with the prisons. Okay. Stop the private ownership of prisons. They need to belong to the state or to the federal government or to your county.
but then you're getting funding from the federal government that can step in and tell you how to run it.
The federal government pays the private owners, depending on what level of detention they're at. And I think the lowest is $99 a day.
Mm. Most would not like the outcome of getting there. Because I'm pretty sure that our little jail, county jail, is funded by the government.
Yes.
Or Or is it? Because
Yes, it
if
is.
another county sends a prisoner here, that county has to pay for that prisoner, if I'm not mistaken. I
Right,
think that's how it works.
right. But since the other county is the one that is imprisoning the individual, they get, X amount of dollars, and then they pay less to your local community jail so that they still make money, and so does your jail.
Hmm. Look at the movie Fallon, railroaded by the useless legal system. Hey, Blue, good to see you. An employee, also known as a public defender. Public defender would be the same as our county attorney, right?
The public defender is a mess. You're better off on your own.
Right.
But the biggest thing about being in court is knowing what not to say.
Yes. Yeah, don't say yes.
Well, everything is verbiage.
Yep. Return of the Third Kind. Tell me all these movies, and I need to write them down. And Philip.
Okay, the a so-called defense attorney is allowed to represent you, but is not allowed to defend you.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, wait. I thought the defense attorney was the one against you.
Okay. You get a speeding ticket, you fight the speeding ticket, you hire yourself a defense attorney, and the defense attorney is going to find a easy plea bargain instead of fighting for you.
Right. Okay.
So,
Yeah. Never ever say you understand anything.
yeah, I don't understand nothing. Yeah.
So act dumb, but say the right language. Not confusing at all. Hey, Chuck. What's up, Chuck?
Uh-oh, there's Chuck.
I haven't seen Chuck in justice system all corrupt, question mark. I would say yes. I don't know. So the one in Pennsylvania that is common law, does, okay, what's the difference between common law and commonwealth? First,
Okay, a commonwealth is a different branding that a state will take. And back in the 16 and 1700s, a commonwealth was governed by the people, and it was all about for the people,
right.
where a state had a centralized government.
So from what I understand, Pennsylvania is the only state that still has.
Okay, nowadays it doesn't matter if you call yourself a commonwealth or a state, you all do state things. I think there's like 7 commonwealths in the United States.
Oh, really? Kissoff said, no, it's not.
That's fine.
I mean, if you look it up, I'm pretty positive I found that. So there's seven commonwealth or common law states.
Commonwealth.
Commonwealth.
Yes, Chuck. Commonwealth is just pretty words now. It used to actually have a meaning. And
But it's just it doesn't mean anything now.
no.
Well,
And bootlicker, do yourself a favor. Never, ever, ever, if you're in court, ever say anything out of Black's Law Dictionary.
really.
Yeah. And never agree or understand anything said in Latin.
I thought that was the one we were supposed to know. Yes.
Do what?
I thought that's the dictionary we were supposed to go by. Black's Law.
No.
The Geneva, that's the Bible.
The Geneva Bible, yes.
And
That's
then,
where the laws are.
But I thought the language was in the Black's Law dictionary.
Their language.
Oh, okay.
What you do is you separate yourself as far as you can from legal terms.
Okay.
And that'll give you a status above all of them.
Dang. Critical thinking is dead in this country. Take care, Gigi. Thanks for coming by.
Bye, squirrel.
I must have missed something. Oh, hats. Lawyer. Yeah. So I had to do a document, and at first I wrote it out myself. The judge did not accept it, so then I had to hire an attorney to write it out in their language before the judge would accept it.
Okay. Yep, I'll be right back.
Okay. And X, that's in your handle. Leftists demanding others realize. The only words you should say in court or ask my attorney. But if you're representing yourself, James, which is what we were doing at the time, and so that's why I was doing the document, was a counter to what was being done. Goodness, Ann, you don't want much, do you? Yeah, Jack. Good answer. So, anything else y'all want to talk about? I always have a gajillion questions. I don't know. Everyone keeps saying we need to fix what we have, and I just see it's a whole lot of work. And I see it takes more than one person, and starting locally, I can see is a good place to start because you can think everything's okay locally, but if you really dig into it, you're going to find it's not. I tried that, Benford. Um, I had a Suburban run over my car and total it. And so they wanted to know how many feet behind me he was when I saw him last before he drove over my car. And there's no way of knowing that. How are you going to guess how many feet and continue to say the same amount of feet? Because if you change it by 1 foot, then they got you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Rural places, the good old boy system is alive and well. And yeah, they'll say you're changing your story. And I have seen highway patrolmen on the stand lying. I've seen the Brotherhood of the Masons work. Yeah. Where does the light go when the snow melts? In the ground? What, Andy Jack? Dog rising into the sky. I can't figure that one out. Sorry. You're
Well,
back.
Bonnie, I have to take off.
You're back, but I gotta go. All
Yeah,
right.
um, I don't know. My baby sister's upstairs with mom, and mom's got some pain going on, so I gave her a little bit of her morphine, and hopefully she'll be done suffering today or tomorrow. So,
Goodness.
yeah,
Will you take care?
yep. And if you want to pray for her to stop suffering, great. If you want to pray for her to get better, don't do that.
Yeah. Well,
She's 92. She's had a good life.
the stop suffering could go either way.
Right.
So,
I'll let it take whatever path God wants.
yes. And we all know it's his will anyway. So
Yep. If you want to make God laugh, tell him what your plan is.
we'll be praying for your mom
Okay.
and the family. I know it's tough taking care of parents.
Yeah. Well, that's what I've done pretty much for the last 2 years is take care of mom.
Yeah.
Yep, put the big old brakes on my career and my life and everything to take care of mom because of a promise I made when I was 17-year-old to my dad. One was that I'd be able to retire at 35. I did that, and then I got bored, and then I retired at 45. Then I got bored, then I retired at 55, and it's sticking. And that if anything happens to him, that I'll take care of mom. So that's where I'm at now.
Yeah. And God bless you.
Elaine, there's nothing to be sorry about because it's part of life.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone have a blessed night.
You too. Thank you for
Yep.
coming up, D-Dog. I appreciate it.
Yep. No problem. And if you don't know your rights, you're being cornholed.
Y'all hear that? All right. I'm going to drop the link one more time. Right before Trump vote round. Yep. Oh, goodness. I'll tell you, the hardest thing is going through the stuff after being. Hey, Lily, good to see you. After being the black sheep and taking care of things, it's hard. Thank you, Antioch Jack. Appreciate that. So y'all want to play the game again? Did y'all like the game? Or y'all want to stay in politics? I don't know. I'm kind of burnt out on politics for a little while, but whatever. It's sure, yep. Y'all want to play the game. Okay. Anyone who wasn't here before when we were playing the game, it is a, it fits us. Chuck, why don't you get your rear end up here? This game is called Off Topic, and it's a game for those slightly off, which is fits a lot of us, I think. Says me anyway. I'll admit it. It's got a dice that has letters all over it. And so, and because of the delay and the lag, I don't put the timer on it. And it's just, I ask a question or a sentence that is on a card. And then y'all just come up with whatever you think goes with it. Yes, it can go totally AWOL. So if anyone gets offended by silliness, this probably isn't the game for you. That's right, Elaine. Made us stronger. Fine, Chuck. Love you too. Little big brother. Hey, Bill. Good to see you. All right. So I'm going to, maybe I should use the box to roll the dice. Then it won't be going all over the place. Okay. The letter is R. R like in Randall. R. And I'm picking up where I left off the last time. And let's see. Wait. Well, okay. This first question I'm saving till 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 I see how this goes, because it's, oh my goodness. Okay. So, reasons for being on Santa's naughty list. Just for you just putting our words out there. All right, Chet. Right. No. Reasons for being on Santa's naughty list. Y'all done said it right there. You just gave all your answers. Ready, rigid. Right. Everybody laughed because we're playing a game. Ridiculous. Gender free TV on YouTube. Okay. Hey, Meat Puppet. You went out on a date with Mrs. Claus? Yeah, that would do it, Eric. Rose. Okay, I read it just like it said. Just making sure. Who's she? Who's she been raging? There it goes. Run, Rebecca. Oh, y'all are making me go. Chuck, hurry up and get up here. I need to be excused a second. All right. Yeah, I'll give some pretty good answers to that, I guess. Totally off topic. Oh, that's what y'all were doing. Off topic. Uh-huh. Now I get it. Speaking at a ball. Oh, yeah, they're supposed to have a big ball, too. I imagine he's pretty tired by now. He's had a full day. Rare. Okay, here's another one. Weird things you've Googled. Oh, goodness. I'm afraid to see your answers. What are some weird things that you've Googled? Oh, wait. I need to roll the dice again. It doesn't start with an R. Hold up. I messed up. It starts with an E. Weird things you've Googled that starts with an E, like in Edward. That could be flat earthers, erosion, elongate, elastic, jacket. Oh, really, kiss off. I'm not reading. Easy, eggplant. Hey, Red Pill, good to see you, Ken. How you doing? Every which way. Eclipse. That's a good one. Cheryl. Good to hear, Ken. Awesome. Actually, I did hear you sing the other night. Good job. Exercise. What are those things called? Oh, that doesn't start with an E. Okay. Ever ready? 47 said he's going to fully support and fund Iran done. Wait, that is not a good thing, is it, Andy? What? Earthquake enough? Excellent. Man, I don't know about that. Just saying. All right, roll another letter. Oh, Iron Dome. See, yep, I'm tired. Can't even tell an A from an O. I'm hibernating for the next couple of days. Don't blame me. One of 3 balls tonight. Goodness. Sounds like we are not included. Canada? Oh, okay. I still don't know what the purpose of that is. Around America, if Canada would be included, and go back up and reread the first one. Fully support and fund the Iron Dome. It still doesn't sound good. I don't want to be in an Iron Dome. Okay, I'm rolling another letter. We're having happy times here. Positivity. Okay, this letter is O, like an Oscar. Popsicle sticks and duct. Why would we need Iron Dome? I thought Institute. Stopping all wars. Iron Dome is in Israel. So it's not even the United States, it's Israel. And he totally supports it because he's the king of Israel. Got it. I'm trying not to, Bill. I am actually kind of tired tonight. Okay, wait. I didn't ask the question. or the thing. Okay, something a baby can't do. This starts with a O. Ouch, oh my. Off it all went. Something that a baby can't do. Man, I can't even think of one. Depends on how old the baby is. Roll over. Over. Opera. That's a good one. Ogle. Sand. There you go. Open heart surgery. I will, Phil. Thank you. You take care if you're leaving. Okay, are we done with that one? All right. I'm ready for a really bad one. Because this is, oh my goodness. Virginia, where are you? That's who we need. Virginia. Operate. Occupation. All right. Oops. It didn't land in the box. Okay. It starts with a D, like in David. Hey, Bob. Good to see you. We're just kind of playing a game looking for Virginia because she would be good to have here right now. Okay, I'm going back to the bad one. And y'all, I swear, these are on these cards. I'm not making this up. Okay, mouse work. Can you see that? You can see that. That's the card. It's for real. Troops in South Korea, yet they yelled, "Welcome back." Well, that's cool. Aniat check. Okay. All right. This is a word that starts with a D, like in David. And oh my goodness. Just reading this, I'm just like, oh my goodness. Kiss off your clothes. Words to describe losing your virginity. Kiss off, just threw that out there right off the bat. I know, just for that's what I was like, oh. How about disappointing? I don't know. I'm letting y'all answer this one. Dang. Oh my goodness. I told you we need Virginia here right now. This is not kiss off. I don't remember that part. That's good. Dancing with this classic sophisticated way. I'll have to watch them dance. Good as I ever was. Don't shout. Oh my god. We're switching to another one. I told y'all it was bad. Every so often they just throw a really whopper in there, and it's like, oh my gosh. Oh, so yeah, exactly, Elaine. Is it south or north? I saw that red pill. We were, yeah, aware. All right. Well, darn it, we already had that letter. Well, anyway. Guess I've had you know what it was. No, that was the letter we just used. Okay. No. Switching to another letter. Oh, that'll be good. This is an M, like in Mary. And it is cringy things. Cringy. That's a word that Virginia loves to use. And it starts with an M, like in Mary. My mobile. Muck. That's a good one. Muck is cringy. Monster. Come on here. Mucus. There you go, Cheryl. Okay, that's cringy. Monday. That's a good one. Moles. My marble melted. What? And what are you going to be hollering at me about? Do you want some of this? Yes, no. Mice made me mad, Mary. What else did I miss? My phone. There you go. That's pretty cringy. Morning after pill. Oh my gosh. Multiple organ. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna play a song real quick. Hopefully it plays so I can run. I need to be excused for just a second. Chuck did not show up, and y'all made me laugh too much. And let me see if I can find it. No. Where's it at? Song. I did not kill it. I killed it. Yep, I did. Okay, I'm going to share this video with you. Now, where's it at? Oh, there it is. Sorry, Indy, I'm sharing it. But it's on Indy's community. Wait, let me go back here and mute so it's like it's supposed to be.
Been speaking publicly probably close to 20 years now. And I wish that I could be better at finding the right words to conveying certain principles and messages. I see that very often, despite my best efforts, the message, at least the way that it is intended to come out, doesn't arrive. Lately, I've been criticized heavily and attacked, which is totally fine. That's part of it. And I don't lose any sleep over it. But particularly, I've been criticized and attacked, or we have been, because of our not just skepticism, but because of reporting on what is actually transpiring, what alliances are happening in the world, and what is unfolding without much resistance. And people criticize me because they say, finally, we got change. Finally, we got someone in power who's going to do the right things and fix things and bring the right people in. And why don't you just wait and see and get on the train and just give them a chance? Well, when you've been studying the system for as long as we have, then you realize a few things that are not visible or obvious to those who haven't. Understanding that the governments, the way that we see them in the world today, they were not a development of the people. They were not random things that happened or improvements in the structure. The governments, the way we see them today, which are the next step from monarchies and open autocrats, right? We have moved from those structures to what people today call democracies, which they think is the participation of the people in their governments. And the very structure that they are defending, or the systems that they're wanting to keep alive, are the very systems who were put in place to usher in the ultimate agenda, which is a centralized, AI-controlled world government, and a restructuring of this entire construct that we're in, including our own biology, and a control system which will be pretty much unbreakable. Now, that's why these structures were created in the first place, because the entities who've been plotting this have been working on this for hundreds and thousands of years even. So when you think, oh, the left is so bad, oh, the right is so bad, all of these streams, political parties, left, right, they were created to forward this agenda. And for 10 years, the left does it better, and the next 10 years, the right does it. And meanwhile, the people are being put in those boxes so they can keep fighting over comparatively petty issues and never really look at the big picture. That has not fundamentally changed. I agree that there is an awakening happening, but just like everything, when something happens that initially is hard to control, what these entities do really well is they create streams, they create influencers, they create parties, they create movements, they create groups to bring those critical voices, those rebels, those awakeners into a certain stream. Within that stream, they provide them with enough information. It's very interesting. It's inspiring even. It's enlightening. It's all of those things. And they throw in some truths, sure, but they still lead people on the path of deception. Here's the thing. If you are walking a journey of 1,000 miles, 1 degree off doesn't seem like much while walking the first half mile. But once you're closer to your destination, you're going to be somewhere completely different if you're only 1 degree off your destination. And if that destination is truth and you're 1 degree off, you're going to land somewhere completely different. So we have the new president is sort of the old president now, right? And President Trump, and a team that is to a large degree highly questionable, that in the background is connected to the same power structures, the same massive corporations, the same influencers in the money sphere as always. The big agendas have not changed. Yes, they're being rebranded. They're being rebranded from globalism to patriotism. They're being rebranded from interconnectedness to America first, but that's just a rebranding. The AI, the digital revolution, the control grid, all of this is still being pushed and still being advanced now at a much faster rate because the opposition was literally pacified. You have people that were on the complete other side of the spectrum just a few short years ago, like Elon Musk. Look at Vivek Ramaswamy's past. Look at what he's invested in. Look at his business partners. You have, people that were diehard liberals or Democrats all their lives, all of a sudden joined the team. And then you look at the team, you go, interesting. So all of these people just randomly changed their minds. Could that be the truth? And then you have a complete misunderstanding of the world of politics and how this system operates. And let's just take the most illustrious figure of the last 10 years, Donald Trump, right? A go-getter, a highly successful man who's had, everything from started out good, built something big, lost it all, built it up again, or was helped to build it up again. And who helped him? You got to look into that too. But let's just assume that a lot of the things that he said in the very beginning, he meant. Let's just assume that that's where his heart's at. For those of you who've never been in a political structure, if you come into that world jaded, cynical, and, sort of corrupt, that's the best possible way to be if you want to be in politics. If you go into politics as someone who's authentic, who has real goals, or even wants to help the people, you are not just the enemy. You are met with a fire and fury you can't possibly imagine. This is the cesspool. This is the worst of the worst. This is where the bottom feeders go. This is where the scum of the earth goes. These are the most horrible, psychopathic people that you could possibly imagine. That's who inhabits the sphere of politics, especially in the background, the people that you don't see as much. Yes, in the forefront too, but in the background even more. So now I'm asking you, 10 years in, do you know how many times they tried to kill the man? Do you know how many threats? I can tell you one thing. Between the first election in 2016 and his inauguration in January of 2017, there were, and this I can confirm, this I have firsthand reports from the Secret Service team, his team. There were more than 23 legitimate attempts on his life in those few short months. 23. Can you imagine what has happened since? Can you imagine the threats against his family, his children, his grandchildren? Can you imagine that all the time? Because even if he's part of one club, there's another club who wants to fight him. There's another club who wants to kill him. So, do you think that at some point you make a deal? Do you think that at some point, even if your heart's in the best possible place, that you make some sort of arrangement, some sort of agreement? And that is the world of politics. If you don't make any agreements, you don't get anywhere. Why am I sharing this with you? because people still put faith and hope in this system and this structure that was created to enslave them, that was created to keep them under control, that was created to give them the illusion of participation. This big structure was created for that purpose. So you can call me a nihilist, or you can call me a black pillar, but I'm the opposite of that. What I'm saying is, as long as people think that this tiny structure on top will change the big structure down below, which is the people, which is life as we know it, our families, our hopes, our dreams, our everything, our livelihoods, those people, those entities on top will laugh. They will laugh at us, and they will give us more of what we need to keep believing that. The change that we all feel is possible, that we know in our hearts needs to happen, can only happen from within us. We as a collective, even if only at a critical mass, we as a collective need to change. We need to be that freaking change. And that thing on top will not only change by default, but it will sink into its rightful position underneath us. A government can never be above us, not if it's proper. And then it wouldn't even be called a government any longer. There would be another name. But then it would serve us just as it was intended to be by the people, not by the structure, by the people. And so as long as we keep that hope and change, Obama's going to bring hope and change, right? And then Obama was the big disappointment, let millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people down, went into wars, did what everyone else did before him, just had a better PR team. And then the next guy comes, oh, hope and change, we're going to change it all. And the people wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And that's been the message for so long, that as long as we give away our power to some people we've never met that tell us what we want to hear and then turn around and do what they want to do, things will not change. But more importantly, our lives, our story, our creative power, all of those things will not fundamentally change. If this was the year 2000, I probably would chill out and sit back and be a little more relaxed. But this is the year 2025. Their agenda is so far along. Their infrastructure is in place. The stuff that we've been warning against 15, 20 years ago, it's in place. It's all here. The grid is here. The grid is here. The 5G satellites, 6G satellites, 7G satellites, the smart meters, the complete digital control grid, it's all here. So we're a few short years at the most away from an almost unbreakable control structure. And people are hypnotized, toxified, and complacent by continually putting their faith and hope and dreams in some other person. And what we've been saying, and I wish I had the right words. I truly wish I could find better words. And I totally take responsibility for that I don't. I wish that people could see that the solution is staring them back in the eye from the mirror every single day. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. We don't need the Trumps, the RFKs, the Elon Musks to go and say, we're going to save the world, we're going to fix things. When has that ever worked? And when has that ever had an impact on you personally? Can Bobby Kennedy Jr. go and heal your traumas? Can he go and heal your heart and your relationships? Can he go and ignite within you the knowing and the understanding that you are what you've been waiting for, and that you apply yourself to the fullest of your abilities? Can he go and create the best possible version of you, or Trump, or anyone else? They can't. I mean, even if they were the best people in the world, even if they had the purest heart, even if they were at the highest consciousness possible, even if all those things were true, they still couldn't do it. Because it's impossible. No one else can change you but you. Yes, with the power of the prime creator, sure, but still you, free will. It's always been you, folks. And this message, people don't want to hear. They fight. Everyone who's bringing this message, they fight tooth and nail. And I don't want to compare myself to anyone who's presently living or who's lived before. But anyone who's bringing that message is hated. People that openly share the truth are generally hated. Because we, as human beings, much rather hear a comfortable lie than an uncomfortable truth. And so, whatever happens, I'm sure there will be some good things that will happen. Sure, it's always like that. But please know that from everything that we've seen, that we've heard, from the horse's mouth, from the people themselves, they're going to further this agenda, rebranded, renamed, under a different slogan, but nonetheless. And all we can, or what we can actually do is say no when we mean no, and yes when you mean yes, when we mean yes. There's nothing that can be done to us if we don't give that power to someone else, if we don't comply with it, and if we say no, it's game over. It's game over. Are you willing to risk your avatar, your physical body for that? I hope you are. It's just a body. It's just an avatar. It's not you. It's a temporary form of existence. It's not who you really are anyways. So yeah, we're going to continue to share the truth as we see it to the best of our abilities. And I'm not going to give in to any pressure. I'm not going to give in to anyone who tells me I need to get on board. I need to jump on a train.
Or otherwise, you unsubscribe.
Yeah, or otherwise you unsubscribe. Well, then go unsubscribe. If you think that we're in this work for popularity, for self-importance, there are a million things that are much easier for self-importance and popularity. I used to have a record deal. I was touring. I was up on stage every night. Why do you think I stepped away from that to a large degree doing what I do now?
Bonnie, please pause it a minute. You might want to take care of something in the open
Again,
chat. You got mods cussing other mods.
Or because of what, I have the truth. It's because that's what my calling, that's what our calling is. Whether it's comfortable or not.
Sorry to interrupt you. You got mods cussing other mods in open chat, and they need to stop that shit.
Okay, I don't see what's up. Chessboard to explain the military.
It's Elaine and chessboard.
And what do you want explained? And thank you. I think you want some food. Okay, it must be way up. Okay.
Let's see, I'll tell you when it started. Or the last one. So
I see it. All right. Can y'all please calm down? We all have our own opinions. We just heard another one. Indy posted that on in her comments section. And
they see Blues doing that. They think everybody thinks they can do it. And then pretty soon you got one of them drunk champions.
Right. We're all going to have different opinions here. And that's why I was like, let's play the game because it's fun and not thank you, Wildlife. I do too. When I saw it. But that's just it. All of us think differently. Yeah, I've seen it here on panel. Carl and I do not think the same way. There's some things that Rescue and I don't agree with, and it's just the way it is. But we still get along. We don't cuss each other out. We still respect each other. And that's what I'm asking, is to show some respect. Please. Lauren, good to see you. And we have snow and sleet coming down right now. Is
We're
it different?
supposed to get it here by like 10, 11 o'clock. I don't know if it's going to hit us. You got the worst end down that way.
Yeah, it's
It somehow managed to slip by us, but it's still cold as a well digger out there.
yeah. See, that's my computer saying 32, and I don't think so. I know it's colder than that. Because it was colder than that when I went live. Yeah, it's 25. Feels like 15. And it looks like, yeah, our roads will be shut down tomorrow. Central Texas will be closed.
Especially if it don't get above freezing, it'll stay.
Yeah.
We've had enough. I don't know if you've had a lot of cold days below freezing there, but we've had a week probably of it, so wouldn't take a lot, and it's slick, gets slicker now. Shit here.
The high tomorrow is 31.
Yeah, so if it gets on there, it'll stick.
Yep.
I was watching it over by Longview. It was pretty big, all the way from below Tyler up to damn near the Oklahoma line, headed this way, and it looked like it was projected to shrink smaller as it got towards Marshall. But I hadn't looked. I went out earlier, and it wasn't doing anything, blowing wind and freezing.
Might be cold outside if you come inside and stick your hands in the deep freezer to warm them up. Navy Bet, I know you're freezing your behootie up off up there. He's been working.
Maybe, or you can slide them under your shirt, stick each hand under your armpit. That'll really get you a charge. It's better than what do they call that? Red Bull. It'll wake you right up.
Yeah. He's been repairing pipes and going out there and crawling in it, and I'm like, oh my goodness. And it's negative temperatures there.
I didn't mean to say anything. It's just I couldn't deal with all the cussing and antagonizing. More than one asshole in a room is bad, and I got that covered.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear. Maybe. Good.
Any of you guys up there where it's cold, have you tried that canned stuff that they're showing advertising now that you can spray for insulation, that foam where you hold the can upside down and spray your walls and stuff? Does it work or is it junk?
Is it like
it's supposed to be sort of like that foam they spray, but it's it probably need 500 cans of it. I just wondered how it works. Thought about getting somebody small to get under my house and do the floors under the house. I know it's nothing but wood under theirs.
Yeah.
Andrew's small enough. It just, I don't know if he'd be afraid of snakes. I guess there wouldn't be no snakes under there this time of year, but there might.
Chuck, I put bubble wrap on my windows, and you could tell an instant difference.
Stop the radiating.
Yeah, I mean, no cold coming through the. You'd be surprised how cold the windows are, and because I kept feeling cold over there, it's sealed, but it's still cold. And once I put that bubble wrap, it just, like my room got warmer and everything.
It's like here, the furnace will kick on, and I got the door shut from this front room going into the room that Vicky's watching TV in. Furnace will kick on, I got a heater in front of me. As soon as it turns off, I start feeling cold radiating around me.
Yeah. Pat said foam spray didn't work well for her on cement. $500, about $150 of that was tools, way cheaper than what a plumber would do. Oh, okay. Plastic helps, but if it's really cold, hand blankets over windows and doors. Yeah, and that's another thing. If you have blankets, because I think your house has a lot of windows, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, and they're all the house is 120 years, built 1920, it's 105 years old. And
Yeah.
And the storm windows on it are probably from the 60s, so that tells you, and it's got the original windows in it. So
Yeah.
I know the walls in the attic's insulated, but I don't. From what I saw, I don't see none on the up under the house.
No. Y'all have rugs?
No, there was a few in here, but when we first looked at it, every room had a wall-to-wall rug in it. And the ones you can take out and hang up and clean or whatever, but they were like 15 by 10 or something like that rugs.
Mm-hmm.
And they said they're going to have somebody clean it up. And I looked, I said, it don't look like it needs cleaned up. Just tell them to leave it be. And then after we paid for it, when we did the paperwork, it was still that way, and they're going to send somebody. I told them not to worry about it. I guess whoever they sent come in and took every rug, every curtain rod, and every window in here had old, deep, heavy curtains on them. They took all that stuff.
Oh, wow. Hmm.
And 8-foot curtains are expensive, and those were the thick ones. Rugs are probably higher than curtains, though.
Yeah. Well, and that's the bubble wrap is, it's cheap. It's like $1 a roll. You just spray water on it and stick it up there. Like Aniat Jack said. I was like, I was at Huckleberry's last night. And he said that, and I said, well, I wish I would have known that before I was fighting with the tape and scissors, because I was in here doing it myself.
I remember the plastic Dad had as a kid when we were in Ohio. It was not like this cheap stuff you get now. It was thick, but he built little frames for all the windows inside the house, and he had those little strips of wood, kind of like he used for tomatoes. He had a frame built with all them on it, and he just put like 4 screws in them, and then he put something behind it when he screwed it down so it insulate between it. He said that basically, like you said, it's a difference in night and day, and all he's doing is causing another barrier.
Sorry about that. Looking for zip ties. Bonnie tapes there's no one knows what. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been having earthquakes up here around Caddo Lake. A couple of them I felt over here.
Seriously, earthquakes?
Yeah, they said there was a 3.7 2 days ago, right there, real close to the Louisiana Texas line up by Caddo. And a couple weeks before that, I think we had like a 4.5 or something, somewhere around there.
Dang.
I was sitting in here and it sounded like a train wreck up here. Just the way the ground rumbled.
Yeah.
I hear every window in the house going ding, 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 just Vicky and Wyatt were asleep. It was probably 8, 9 o'clock at night.
Oh my goodness.
I thought it was either a train or it was a semi running through the woods, run off the ditch and hitting trees or something over there or something. It was that bad.
I don't think I've ever heard of it in East Texas. West Texas keeps having them.
They're doing a lot of drilling over here, so it might be the fracking or something, whatever they're doing.
Interesting. What are they drilling?
Like oil or gas. I'm not sure. It's in that Haynesville shale, so it's probably gas wells they're going after, but if they hit oil over, that's all the better for them too. It's over in Louisiana, but they bring their trucks over here where they're at. They can't access it from Louisiana over in Greenwood. They got to come over here, and some of these roads go across the state line, and that's where they're at back in there.
Oh, okay. I think I went down one of those roads because we were just driving down one of these roads, and all of a sudden, it's like, wait, we're in Louisiana.
Yeah, I'm not far from the state line, am I?
No, you're right on it.
Yeah, because I've seen some people were around here when they started fracking in Shreveport when I was over there, hitting them wells in Stonewall and stuff, and they're doing a lot of fracking. Some of these people were their wells, they turn the water on in the faucet, they'd light a lighter, and it would have spurts of gas coming out. It's like gas, the gas, not the liquid. And some of them even said that they go out there with a water hose and turn it on real low, and it'd have a flame shoot out of about 6 inches long.
Dang. Yeah, we had a big fight years ago over the pipeline that was coming through, and all the ranchers were really fighting it. So I think that they changed the route because of that, but I know that they laid it down along the highway. I had seen that, but oh my goodness, blew up the side of the mountain.
Hey, Annie.
Did Annie say something up here that we, yeah. Let's see. Oh. If a bowl of carrots is so good for your eyesight, how come I see so many dead rabbits on the road? Oh my God. I laid on the highway. It's painful. Why would you do that? To you, Mama Miracle. Good to see you. So what'd you think about that video? What he was saying? A lot of what we heard. Did I lose you?
I
said, what'd you think about that video?
I liked it. A lot of people said what I heard was true.
Yeah. Or what we believe, anyway. Yeah. Aquifers are huge. Years ago, there was 2.5. Next day, my parents' well water turned black and stayed that way for about 2 months. Goodness. We're on an aquifer, but knock on wood, I've never felt an earthquake here.
You ever felt earthquakes around there?
No, not. I did. I knocked on wood. Because it's been years ago. I saw a map of an expected earthquake coming through Texas, and it was like right down the middle. And when I looked at that map, I was like, well, we'll be gone. Like Texas was going to just crack open down the middle. One side or the other. We'll either be east or west, maybe. The government did that to our area in 1970. Wells went dry for miles. Whoa. T-Ma, you do have a big one. Water cycle. Yeah. I think we had enough rain and everything last year that I think it put our water level back up like it should be. So what do you think about everything that's going on, Chad? I haven't talked to you in a while.
What do I think about what?
Everything that's going on.
Not sure. I don't know what part of it's real and what's bullshit anymore. It's
Yes. Well, I did talk to Apple Dumpling, and she's in LA. Her house is okay. They have some houses, her house and some around hers have some damage to the roofs, like shingles came off or stuff like that. She said the air quality was pretty bad.
where's that at?
LA.
Oh, yeah.
Remember Apple Dumpling?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I can't understand how a lot of them people did carry their ass and get away from there since before Trump hit office with all the shit that was going on.
well,
I know a lot of people can't afford it. From what I understand, what shit costs in California, you can't afford it anyway.
that's what I was gonna say. How many of us can just pack up and go somewhere? Just at the spur of the moment. It's have the money to do it, have the I don't know.
Kiss off, you ever seen, I seen a video was talking about that in the Bible that most of them put their hands on is not an actual King James or Old Testament Bible. It's some, I'm not real sure, because they bring out a box and it's wrapped up and they pull it out and set it aside where nobody can actually see what it is. So I'm thinking some of it might be a Moloch Bible or something.
I agree.
I'm assuming that, and it's hearsay. I saw what was talking about. I don't know for sure because I didn't look through it. But
And that's
he probably didn't want to put his hands on it, afraid it.
I think rescue. I think it was over on Indies. We were talking about the because I said there's a whole ocean there. They were out of water, and So you can't put salt water on a fire. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Jim, I understand about the exit tax, but hell, now they got the ultimate exit tax. Most of them don't have a house, any belongings or anything, and they still got to leave. I wonder if they're going to tax them for that too after that. I jacked them on their home insurance. All these money that was given to them and the taxpayers put in for the water and stuff to be there, and the fire department couldn't even get water out of the hydrant.
The whole thing is, I mean, even my brother has told me, he lives in California. So they stopped the land management that was taking care of the underbrush. And so,
Yeah, they were paid for all that, wouldn't they?
Yeah. And so, of course, that is going to accelerate a fire. And then the water thing, I can't believe they're having to pay an exit tax. That's just flipping ridiculous. And so the water going dry, but just before that, I don't know how long before it.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but they donated a bunch of the hoses for the trucks and hoses to the hydrants and the nozzles and all the equipment for the firemen. They sent those somewhere else too.
The Ukraine. Yes, that's exactly what I was fixing to say.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. No, you're on it. So
That's like the military. 3 out of 5 men lost part of their equipment that they shipped off.
yeah.
So like 3 out of 5 men and 3 out of 5 items. Like if you had 5 magazines for your gun, 3 of them went somewhere else.
So
I'll be right back.
that's being purposely done to weaken our resources. All of it. Okay. True, John Dunning. And that's what my brother, he retired this last year, but he was working for Caltrans building bridges. And there was no shortage of that for sure. I don't know. It seems they put their money into the wrong places. The only thing disturbing about that, well, not the only thing, but one of the things was seeing those actors and actresses, and I understand they lost everything, but I'm hoping that that opened their heart to what the people of North Carolina and Tennessee have been going through. You know, they're like, oh, I got to go stay at a motel, or oh, I have friends that I'm having to go stay with. I don't know how long I can stay there. And at least they've got somewhere they can go. Those people in North Carolina didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, and they cut them off now, and some of them even haven't. They're taking away the places where they were staying and stuff. I don't know if they're tents or if they're the trailers that they took up there or what. I can't remember what it was now.
Did you know that?
Well, with that there, I saw something about it and talking about it. And they also told me to drill their ass off.
I didn't know we had that much gold under it.
It's liquid gold, talking about oil.
An Aniak, Jack, what do you mean by that? A dollar flush.
Was there a state about what?
Your state about to have a dollar flush, I guess. I don't know what that means.
Money
Like,
flood? Either one, I'm not sure.
what, like, it's snowing and sleeting here.
I think I'm gonna go out and smoke real quick, and I'm gonna see what it's doing out here.
All right.
I'll be right back.
It's 23 and feels like 15. It is cold. A lot of money is going to do what, though? Just be flushed? I don't understand, Danny. Drill, baby, drill. Oil is under us all. I know we've got a lot of oil here. And that's what I was saying. When I went to East Texas, they had it all capped off. And those towns were suffering for it because all the men had to go find jobs elsewhere. Like there's the link if you want to come up. That's true, chessboard. You say we could possibly get around an inch of snow tomorrow evening. Yeah, it's heading your way, huh? That's what Chuck was saying. I think tomorrow they're supposed to get it. What is y'all's thoughts on Israel? I'm just thinking that oh, okay. Thank you, honey. I'm slow. But what's it going to be used for? I don't know. We'll see. I'd like to see the cost of living go down around here. Average rent is $2,000 a month. So no way can you just send your kids out to go live on their own because one person working, they're not going to make $2,000 a month. First of all, it's possible, but that's just to pay the rent. Then how are you going to pay the electricity, your gas to get back and forth to work? True, G-Mom. Synagogue of Satan. Yep, you need that. I don't even make sense. Oh, okay. I think you're not talking to me. Oh my goodness, Pat. So, Pat, just out of curiosity, is there any women friends that you have around you that y'all could like share a place? I don't know what life. I've been sick, so I haven't felt the energy at all. I feel a whole lot better today, though. I'm not coughing, or I think it's about gone. Thank goodness. It was only like a 3-day deal, and that's how long it lasted with my daughter, too. Okay, Pat. Yeah, that's why I have my girls living with me. Takes all of us to keep this running. I wish I didn't have that, Gina. And I've been going back to that, thinking about selling my home again. True lot life. And I mean, there was like a, I can't think of any other word for it. What does trepidation mean? That's the word I keep using, and I don't even know if I'm using it right. Oh, well, no, there's no fear or agitation. It's just a feeling like something's on the horizon. Again. Living in grandma's basement. Well, I don't have a grandma with a basement. I don't have a grandma with a house. My grandmother's gone. I don't know, John. Pat, are you able to sell those Afghans you make? Hey, Lisa, good to see you. Yep, something is brewing. Yeah, I kind of think so. Like, what stinks is the weather now. Be hard for people to go somewhere else if they could. I don't think anybody wants everything to go to shit. That's, oops, I said it. I sure don't. It feels like we're going to have some bumps, though. Like, possibly. Possibly, maybe that. I was thinking about it'd be kind of cool to have a flash mob protest, dancing, singing. I used to love those, watching them. Mm. Politically, I'm not changing anything. I'm still going to be watching what they do, watching what they are putting out. I'm still going to be pushing for the one bill, one vote. I'm still going to be pushing for the term limits. I'm still going to be pushing for the children to be found or what happened. Chuck went out to smoke a cigarette. He'll be back, Lisa. Still gonna vet who we're voting for in 2 years. It's not even 2 years now. It's what? Okay, we'll say 2 years. You know, just look at their backgrounds. Look at what kind of people they are, how they have behaved, or what they thought and felt in the past. You know who you're putting into those positions when you're voting. As long as everybody's still voting, then we have to know who we're putting in there.
It's like 22 out there with it, what it feels like. It says anyway, it's like 28, feels like 22. We got at 11 o'clock, there's a 38% chance of snow and sleet. I looked outside, and the grill's got some snow and sleet on it, and a bucket of water. I can't tell about the right there at the sidewalk, but I can see it on Vicky's car.
Yeah. I guess it's over there too. It's so weird that it's just like nationwide.
It's them stations we got that manipulate. So,
Yeah.
hey, Lisa.
Don't appreciate it. Sorry, Wildlife.
What? You seen any? Why don't you come up here and talk, or something wrong?
That's what I was wondering.
You guys get snow and sleet there yet? What?
He said it's supposed to hit tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, that's probably just going to go that way.
That's true, Gino. What is it? Oh my goodness. I even put that last night. Today is Martin Luther King Day. Inauguration. Seems like there was something else, and I was like, what could possibly go wrong?
I was watching it this morning. I was like, yeah, I was just waiting for some shit to happen somewhere.
What is Ray Day? Ray Charles?
Probably talking like we're James Earl Ray. I don't know.
James Earl Ray? That's a new one on me, too, Mom. Ray Day.
Ray is probably meaning James Earl Ray. I don't know. That's one that's unalived MLK, I think. I don't know.
Mm. So we were had the video playing in the background and saw the redcoats, and I was like, wait, well, what am I looking at here?
I was like, what the hell am I watching?
Yeah. So, do you know what they are? I mean, I saw that they were playing the flutes, but
And they just marching bands. But
what's it called?
I don't remember.
Oh God, I keep thinking of macaroni and cheese first because when we were kids, change the wording a little. Good food. My mind is not working today.
I didn't even look to make sure how many executive orders he passed today.
Yeah, I didn't see the total number. Seemed like when he was out there in front of the people, it was 6, and then when he went to the Oval Office, it was a pretty good stack more. But at the same
At
time,
one time, something like 20.
yeah, but at the same time, if one president can go in and do executive orders to undo what the other president did, and it just keeps on going, how is that productive to anybody? I mean, I don't understand.
Good night, kiss off.
Night, Kissa. God bless you too, honey. It's not productive. Yeah, Gma, I never heard that mentioned today in any of the talks.
I was talking to a few people too about what Biden did about to his family.
The pardon?
Yeah, I didn't want to say that word.
Well, we've said it all tonight here.
It's unconstitutional. The Supreme Court hadn't even come to any conclusion on it. So, and how the hell can you pardon somebody for something and they can't even say what it was?
Well, and that's what we were talking about. So, from what I understand, you have to have a felony against you to get pardoned for that felony. And so, if nothing has been, if they haven't been proven guilty for anything yet, what's there to pardon? So when he pardoned Millie and Fauci and the other one, I can't remember who it is. It's like, oh, it's the J6 committee. That's who it is. It's like an admission of guilt to me.
To me, it's like saying, I know you did a bunch of stuff, but they may find out. So, yeah, you got diplomatic immunity to an extent.
And Lily, I understand that. So, okay.
So if they give you blanket immunity, does that mean even things that you did in your past something in school. Like, nope, that didn't happen. I'm immune to that. So you need to go back and redact that out of my record.
See, and no, that's I don't think that is legal.
It is.
So, okay, but even it could leave it open to like JC committee, J6. Could it leave it open to that's just the committee, but that's not the people who actually did the setup. So that's still open, right? The CP, LOC, all that.
True, Chess. That's what I'm saying. He's good enough he can find an ice cream stand, though. Did you guys see the way Bill Clinton was staring at Dr. Biden?
Hey, Kim, good to see you.
His mouth hanging open.
And that's another thing, Pat. That's what I was fixing to get to. And I'm sorry, Chuck, what did you say?
Talking about Biden staring at, or Bill Clinton staring at Mrs. Biden. Standing over there during Trump's speech, and he's just looking at her, eyes all bugged out, with his mouth hanging open, looking at her.
Is that surprising? So, if 2020 was not legal, whatever, then that would make an illegitimate.
Everything he did for 4 years.
Yes. So it would be null and void, right? So maybe if that comes out, that's what. And yes, that too. Mr. T said he would not speak on Biden's pardons today. That was done while he was. I believe Trump has a way to undo those pardons. Somehow he said, sounded. Sorry, I'm blabbing tired. We all are. True, G-Mom. It's. Did you see that one of the former presidents, or Hillary, shook Obama's hand when he came out?
Yeah, I'm like, I just laughed.
Truth is known, we still have no control of it. And that's it. We have no control. But it's still things to watch for. It's if nothing else, to know what you need to do, where you're at. Because everything that's happening could, in the future, affect everyone here. So we have to look into it. I think. I don't know.
I seen an old map talking about stuff in the past. An old map I saw, it had where there was still an ocean between the east and west coast, and the east coast was called Appalachia.
Yeah. I like what John said. We can't change the past, but we can learn from it to move forward. That's what I'm Exactly. So we don't keep repeating it because they keep saying history keeps repeating it. Well, I think a lot of firsts were made today. Um, Your intelligence is a gift, your ignorance is a choice. What are you saying?
You can't help being ignorant just because you're not educated. Stupidity, that's a choice.
Hey, Cola, good to see you.
Hey, Cola.
I'll seem like a bad memory. Not a bad memory to me yet. Someone came in the chat earlier today and said they hit the new map and it already has Gulf of America. Well, there you are. I had no control over that. I didn't agree with it. Kind of makes me wonder if everything's been signed with Mexico under the Gulf of Mexico, what is changing the name going to do? I don't know. Will it do anything?
Did you see where he's talking to our governor about getting straight on the wall?
Yeah. That's when he kept really pointing out Abbott. I was like, why is Abbott there? What's going on? And then when I heard the border issues, I was like, oh, okay. Then that makes sense.
I like what he was talking to that. The stuff was stacked up over there. They sold it for nickels on a dollar and then wanted the one and then offered to resell it to them for basically it's like selling a $20,000 car for $1,000 and then turn around. They wanted to sell it to them for ownership for $40,000. It was like,
Yeah. Well, that's the way they do the homes around here. That's what happened. One day they were in this price range, and the next day they were doubled. And it was like all these people, I mean, people who have been here their life, raised their children here, everything are up and moving because of, I really think the big cities just keep moving out further and further.
hey, Ridge Runner.
So those big cities, it'd be pretty hard to make a 15-minute city because right now it takes you like 30 minutes to get across San Antonio. That's if you're humming it. It depends on the traffic. Well, yeah. Cola, that's supposedly it's not supposed to happen till midnight or a minute after midnight, something like
What?
that. The release of the J6 prisoners. Oh no. There's a link, Cola, if you want to come up. Hey, Nanya. Good to see you. I have not watched your video yet. I want to see what you have to say. I have to go back and watch it. Saw that it came out earlier. Or was it last night? I don't know. Jake did a recent video. And he had on the hat. So I know it had to be good.
Hey, Nanya.
Churchy Mom. I don't know. And that's it. Is we're supposed to be strong and adaptable, but that doesn't mean we have to be all accepting. Letting know. Island. Thank you, John, for dropping that. I don't know. I just saw something that it could change something major. The renaming. I don't know. Yeah, lately, I've seen Dee talk about that too. That they were just handing out syringes. So it's kind of like, what the? Yeah. Hey, Cola.
Oh shoot, wrong button. Tag on.
How are you doing?
Oh no. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
You're good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, but I can't make this thing go away.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. Am I still on the camera, Anna?
yes.
Can you make this go away? Thank you. I was just trying to show you it was me because I know people do that. I wasn't trying to leave it on, and then I had this thing comes up from the side there.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry.
stuck. No, it's all right. It was stuck.
I would have
Ah,
waited if I'd known that.
that's all right. It is what it is. I just it was stuck the whole time. I was sitting here. I don't know if you could see me trying to move it and everything. It's a touch screen
Yeah.
and it has a little mouse. But anyways, I'm
Oh,
so excited. I know everybody has different feelings, but I've got my high hopes, man.
good.
Melania looks so beautiful. Did you see her?
Yes. I love the way she was dressed. But, and somebody else said the same thing, that it seemed a lot were dressed in funeral attire, but it is winter. Wear a lot of
Man,
black in the winter.
Mary Freeland. Yeah, they took that stream down. I put it in the chat for y'all to. As soon as I did, I realized it was up for 10 hours, and they were standing outside, or they were filming outside of the out of the DC jail for them to get out. I was reading their comments, but you don't know, like Billy said, you don't know who's saying what. It's not fact because somebody says it in a YouTube chat, but people were saying that they let two out the other side away from the protests and things. So some of them may have already been out, but it wasn't actual news. You know what I mean? It was just chat inside of that live stream of the DC. I feel like such a gossiper because I don't know if it's true or not, but it could be true.
Yep.
Anyways, I've been just watching stuff all day. Like everybody watched I'm kind of missed some of the inauguration, and I've been watching him go to all the different balls, and then the military was there and they danced. I don't know how much of it you watched, but it was like I thought it was beautiful, and I know some people don't trust it or whatever, but I'm just hoping for all good things. A lot of symbology today. John Dunning, like what?
Yes.
She looked like an assassin. That was cool.
That was being talked about also, the symbology. And
Yeah, she almost, the way that hat was over her eyes, she almost looked like an Asian assassin or something.
well, yeah.
Yeah, that was earlier.
She did keep her head down a lot, but still, she's so classy. It doesn't matter.
I agree. She's the prettiest first lady ever, in my opinion. She came out there and like, even Trump, like his face, there was a certain look of pride that you just don't see that much. She was smiling and all pretty, and when they were dancing, I'm talking about, and he had this little look on his face, and I'm like, I don't know. It's just, I thought it was pretty awesome, all of it. But
hey, Sean.
People were saying she had a Q on her dress. I don't know if they meant like a capital cursive one or what, because it really didn't look like one to me, but unless if it was like a cursive capital one or something, but it's still kind of reaching. The curtain was ripped from the top to the bottom. The one they all came through.
Man, I guess I didn't look that close.
Yeah, me either. There's always stuff like that, though. I remember all the time ago with Biden, and he had all these people were like, this isn't his real place. They're like, his look, she is mine chessboard. Yeah, he was proud. It was beautiful. But when Biden was in, and they were like, there were these like digital warriors, so to speak, they're like, look right here at the corner that this part's different, and the curtains are different by this one little detail. And everybody's like, oh, they're crazy and all this. And like, I don't know, 6 months, a year later, it's like, oh, by the way, we really were filming in a set, but it's because of this reason and that reason. Because if you remember, there were a bunch of people saying, oh, he's not even really the president. He's not in the office, which that's probably wasn't true, but you can't blame them because they were filming in a set. Like, it was weird.
Right.
I don't know. So many weird things have happened in the last little bit.
You're talking about, you notice the curtains was ripped top to bottom. Well, they sent all the good curtains over to Zelensky. So
the only thing I really noticed was the red coats. I thought that was what am I looking at? And then the gold fringe on the flags. I did notice that. And
yes, Sean, supposedly like 30 different people got pardons that were murderers, mass murderers.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something I noticed that I can't help it. And I know there'll be some people know exactly what I'm talking about, but he was he brought up images of the military, and he started speaking to them, and then he goes, look at that guy right there. Isn't that central casting? And then he said, he looks like the guy that I would pick to play as the lead in my movie, or something really close to that. And I was like, why in the absolute world would he say all that? Oh, someone said her dress represents dark to light. Okay, Kim. See, I saw that it was like Q, but I didn't know if they meant the letter or why. But I mean, I'm just telling you that phrase, central casting, the it's all a movie. Like there are so many ways to dissect what he said right there.
Um,
And I'm like, there's no way that was an accident. I don't know if they told him to say it. Like, I don't know. My head almost blew off on my shoulders. All the stuff I've heard said the last.
I know.
You heard it too?
No, but I know that it can get overwhelming. It can, because it's so many different things, and it's like, oh my goodness, you know.
The way he just
I
said
mean,
that.
I don't even notice them, but there's some people who, man, they can pick up on that like crazy, and
You wanna- it, I didn't want to, but I'm like, I've heard it. Like, certain places really go down the rabbit holes, and I've definitely God, that's a trigger word. That central casting is a trigger word. And then it wasn't just that, he went steps further. Like that would have been enough, right? But then he's like, that would be the actor I would hire to play the lead in my movie. Like, why are you saying this right now? I couldn't
right,
believe it. And I started just wondering about things. Like there was definitely a strong military presence. Like, so they all danced,
yeah,
right? Like Trump and Melania, and then Vance and his wife, and then four military people came out and they split up and started dancing with them. Did you see that part? Like,
no, I didn't see any of the ball.
I don't know what that meant or what. It was just like that was definitely probably like we support our military or something. It's all the here goes Life, politics, entertainment division, the military industrial. Man, I'm telling you, if that wasn't like he just like broke the fourth wall or something, like it was just wild with that comment.
Yeah.
Lily saw it. I think she was talking about when they were dancing with them.
Well, the Vance's wife, she looked cute with the pink dress and the pink coat to match. And
See, now I don't remember that. Maybe I must have missed that one. I saw her in the white and black dress.
mm. This was early, like during the inauguration. I mean,
Yeah, see, I think I missed a lot of that. I did hear some of his speech and stuff, but my schedule's so backwards. I catch the late stuff and miss the daytime stuff half the time.
yeah,
See, Mary says I didn't catch that. Trump used that term a lot during his rallies. Yeah, but I wonder chicken or the egg, because that term gets used in some other places too, and it's like that they get all excited every time we said it. That's how my attention was brought to it, was people telling me, when he says that it has to do with some other stuff or whatever.
yeah.
It's a rabbit hole, man, but it definitely got my attention. I was like, what in the heck? And just all the military and stuff. Okay, Miss Mendersoon knows, if anybody does. It was the other thing. Shoot, now I just left my mind. Heck on. I'm sorry.
The way he just kept saying democracy,
Mhm.
that was disturbing to some, because it's a republic, and that they just continue to use that word. I don't know.
Central casting. See, I'm sorry. There was something else that was on the tip of my tongue and it just flew away. I don't know. It was something to do with all these little small things that like add up. Just with
Yeah.
the military presence and all that, just in general. Like the military is the only way. That's something that was always said. And it's like, here's all the military. Let's show the military. Let's talk about the military in the movie and central cast. And I was like, oh my God, so many trigger words.
Well, at first, seeing all the military stand there and just looking at towards the statue where they were coming out of, so it was like, is something fixing to happen, but it's the same thing with checking the guard in England, is like just, and those were high up military people. They were not just anybody. Those were.
Yeah, I need to go back and watch the parts I missed. But it was an all-day event, You got to sleep sometime. I'm still wondering about these J6ers too. I don't know why they rent. Maybe people just. Why would you stream for 10 hours and then just leave right before? I don't understand that. I don't have a backup stream to watch. Maybe they cleared it out. Hmm. What's John Dunning got there? Make sure my volume's down low and I'll click on it.
True, Sean. But then he withdrew from the UN. I did see that.
What, the
That
WHO? He signed something to go against the WHO as an executive order today, or I saw that part, and I saw him.
the WHO he did too. I
Yeah,
just saw he withdrew from the UN.
and the WHO. I definitely saw that part. Them talking about. I don't know exactly the wording. I don't want to misquote it, but it's online and it's where he's signing all the executive orders, and there's a bunch of press talking to him. He definitely pulled away from there in that, and then like I heard that one of them was for the J6ers, which still doesn't seem like.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, y'all.
All
Good
right,
night,
Sean.
Chuck.
Thank you for coming up.
You're
Have a good
welcome.
night.
I was going to do that live earlier, and I just couldn't put myself to do it. I like me coming up on here. I need to get out of that, but
Yes, we
I'm
kind of
not
missed.
nervous or shy or nothing. It's just like, a lot of things happened in the past left a bad taste in my mouth.
Well, turn that frown upside down.
Yeah. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Tell
Happy
Vicky-
Trump Day.
Heck yeah. Merry Trumpmas. No.
Yeah. 45, 47 to you.
Mhm.
Good night.
Night, Chuck.
Man, I'm over here trying to read the link that John Dunning put in here. I don't know. It's hard to do that and stay in a conversation. I'm kind of confused. A common practice by the defense contractors, weapons systems manufacturers to hire former military personnel as media spokespersons. Huh. There's so many ways to look at things, I feel like.
Commander-in-Chief is not Chief Service Administrator. President, that's a corporation.
Okay, so yeah, this is where somebody else said, I'm scrolling back in your comments because somebody said it was for them to recognize him as the commander in chief. I feel like, yes, Tennessee Rich Runner. Color the
Yes.
military was there to acknowledge Trump as the commander in chief. Okay, that makes sense though.
Yeah. Everything is connected.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited. I'm hoping for good things. I just
Okay. Meet outside. I will get someone to let you out.
everything is connected, John, for sure. And I really am excited. I'm gonna need I'm gonna need people to just give it a chance, just like a week or something, like even in one day. What was it? Before he was even in, he's like saying they better get rid of the hostages, or it's gonna be hell to pay,
Yeah.
So and things are going good so far. I mean, it's only been a day, but
Well, yeah, that's what I said. I'm not gonna let it keeping an eye on things.
oh yeah, and you shouldn't.
And exactly. And vetting the people that were voting in. We got 2 years. We're fixing to do another vote, and then another 2 years, another vote. So we still need to be vetting the people that, as long as everybody keeps voting and thinking that that's the way to go, that's what we have to follow. So
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many things.
yes, Sean.
Right. I'm excited too.
Whoa, what? was that they just caught 3 buses with blue UN hats on trying to illegally cross the border in Arizona. Wow.
Oh, that's what it was. See, I lost my thought and it came back to me. Thank goodness. He said again, I keep saying this and everybody keeps telling me it can't happen, it's impossible, but he said it again that he's going to release the JFK information and other things too. And I listened to Kash Patel talk about it and he thinks we should know. Like, I keep talking about this. I'm going to find the freaking video, man, and play it because it's so, I cannot stop thinking about the way that he did it. Did you ever see it, Bonnie, where it's Kash Patel and he's saying,
Hey, Debbie.
He's saying like everybody knows what's in it. Everybody knows about, and I feel like when he says that, he's talking about, yes, exactly, Sean, Emma and Martin Luther King too, RFK, JFK, all this information, like, and everybody said it was impossible. He's still saying it. And one of the things Kash said was that we all know what's in it. I think he means like the magic bullet kind of theory, that that's not true and all that. But also he said it was really, I don't want to, that's why I want to play it. Cause I don't want to like say it wrong. Cause he was definitely like tiptoeing. He was like, yes, that's right, Lily. That was Kash Patel. He said, he goes, well, it's not what you already know in there. It's what's not, what you don't know. And he goes, and people think I'm going to butcher it, man. You should really see where he says it. He's like trying to hint to it without probably getting in trouble because it's still classified. He's not allowed to say things, you know? He says, do you think that they're not going on anymore? Is what he said, Kash Patel. The things that you think aren't, but they're still going on. And like, now I'm like, well, what the heck don't we know? Like, think of all the things that we do know, right? That are terrible. You mean to tell me there's things we don't know that's in those files that we're not even talking about? We need to know. Like, yes, put them out there. I have no idea what it's going to be. You know, it could be something we do know. And maybe like the average person doesn't know, but I'm sorry, Lily, I'm on a backwards ass schedule. But yeah, I'm so excited. This stuff's got me super excited, especially because people about had me beaten down. They're like, it can't happen. They're not going to be able to put this information out. It's impossible. Well, he wouldn't still be talking about it if he doesn't plan on it. I don't think. Anyway.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm pretty excited. Imagine if I don't know. I just see it so differently, but maybe I'm just, and I have to admit that I have to say, maybe I am naive or whatever. Maybe I'm just dumb about things, but I'm seeing it as like everything. Like people go, oh, it's so bad. Everybody's corrupt. What if we get rid of like everybody but like 7 people? Then what? You know, I know that's extreme, right? Like that's super extreme, but how do we know? Let's get rid of them, you know. Then you can't say that anymore, though. You get what I'm saying? If you say you clear a house so much, it's like a skeleton crew. It's a small amount of people, and then we get more people in. Like, but nobody considers that. Like, that's just impossible. It has been, but it's not. It doesn't have to be. You know, the way I see it.
Supposedly, we can run on 10% of the government.
And think about like how Elon did, you know, with Twitter and everything, and he got rid of all. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, well. Nothing stopped working. Everything continued, and he's in there. So shit. What if he does with our peoples what he did with Twitter? Then what happens? I don't know. Yeah, I'm super excited.
We only need around.
I'm sorry. We only need around 7 people. That's what I'm saying. I heard that too. I don't know what. That has to be. It's Kash Patel. I will find it. I promise you, I will find it. And if it takes me down, it takes me down and be worth it. Because I've been talking about it for like a month, and I never played it. No one else is playing it, so I just want to because I think it is important, and I don't want to misquote it. You know, and it's literally like freaking 5 minutes. It's not any longer than that. He gets right to the point, and you're just like, I don't know. It just got me because I'm like, gosh, he wants to tell us so bad, but it's probably not allowed. He can't. You know.
Oops. Good to see you. The press had to leave, and he still had a stack of EOs to sign up. I think we were preparing what they. Yeah, welcome to the technocracy. And that's another thing is, I won't go there. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Listen, everybody always thinks that I'll get upset if they disagree or they don't like Trump or they think so. I really truly don't get upset at all. I'm cool with it. Like, it's when people they're like, there's no way to change their minds, and they're like absolutely sure. Like, I'm not even absolutely sure, so I just don't believe anybody's absolutely sure of anything, anything. I feel like if tomorrow he did something freaking horrible and he was acting like a different person than what he was, I could be like, okay, screw him. I could change my mind. So sometimes it's just stressful when people just think they got it all figured out and there's no way they could be wrong about any detail. Like, that's crazy to me. I could be wrong about every detail, but I'm hopeful that I'm not.
Yep. Absolutely, Sean. Please.
You're right, Lily. It was like an interview, and you said on Rumble, I had found it on Facebook, or I mean not Facebook. I'm sorry, YouTube. I don't know why I mix and match YouTube and Facebook all the time. I totally did find it on YouTube, and I'm going to look for it again. It's declassified. If declassed improperly, there's a penal code, so they have to do it by the book. Okay. And yes, it was going on long before Trump came along. See, chessboard's another one that kind of, I agree. I saw, okay,
Yeah.
This is like it was the 7th of January, some of this information I was looking into. And it was the way that he explained things and said, I'm the chosen one, which people like call him arrogant. And I get that he can be, but I don't think that's what he meant. And then he said, I was put here by people. That's a direct quote. That sentence I just said. Now, come on. What does that mean? Like, and I don't think they're the bad people.
I think he meant by the vote.
I'm sorry. I was reading a comment right when you were. I'm so sorry. I like veered off.
I would think he meant by the vote. Hey, Sean. You're sick too.
Oh, by the American people. Yeah, I don't think that's what he meant though. But it could be. They said he meant the military. I could see that. I could see like they had already had a plan to change things from the inside out, but they were looking for a person and they chose him. And that's why he might say something like, I'm the chosen one, which is kind of sounds arrogant, but not if people actually chose him and said, hey, we got a task for you to do. You just never know. Anyways, what's up, Sean?
Are you with us?
It's possible, Debbie.
Sometimes he has some audio issues.
Right. That's what I heard, Navy Vet, 2 of them.
Yeah, I had D-Dog up here earlier, and I was grilling him about everything. So now we got Sean coming up, but he's sick, so I won't grill him. But he's going to read us something if he's able to.
What was D-Dog saying? Can you make that?
Oh, my goodness. It was so much. It was, oh, there's Sean. See if I can. Are you with us this time?
Okay. Is the audio working?
Great.
Okay. It's because I had the YouTube on and I had closed it, but I guess the audio didn't close with it or something, so it was messing with it. Sorry about that. So I'm still coming in clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to try to load this PDF up.
Do exactly that. That's all. I'm muting so I don't interrupt or anything.
Oh, great. Now Antifa's showing up protesting their release.
They can show up. They can freeze too.
Right. They've been heckling the J6ers on the corner for the whole time, just about.
Well, goes to show what paid opposition will do for you, because most people would get a life and not go out in the cold to, protest being released from them.
Yeah, because it's snow and everything out there. They're freezing.
Well, it's nice too. If they slip on that, ice and hit the pavement, to me, slipping on ice hurts a lot worse when you hit the pavement than warm weather when you hit the pavement. There's something different. It stings more. If you've ever fallen, like scraped your hands on a driveway, which I have as a youth, it's like, oh, that It's cold and it stings. It's both.
It's frozen.
It's
Yep.
funny
So,
that.
go ahead, Cola.
I'm so sorry. They were filming this all day for like 10 hours on a channel I was watching, and now when they show up and all this is going on, now all of a sudden they're not filming anymore. It's just kind of weird. I don't know, but yeah, I want to hear I'm trying to stay out of your way, and then as soon as I go to say something, that's when you're talking. That's why I mute.
So what you got, Sean? Uh-oh. Did we lose you again?
Doesn't I have you on the screen? Do you have me?
Okay, now I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I get this phone in November. It's supposed to be a new, nice Motorola, and lo and behold, it's giving me the same trouble as the other. So if you guys haven't heard, T-Mobile sucks. So yeah, but these folks drop their stream probably because the folks with Antifa, if they got a government backer, have probably put up something that's jamming their stream or cutting their feed, because they did that on J6 a lot too. People are trying to podcast or stream live coverage and they couldn't get signals. So go ahead.
No, I just said that's true. It could be something like that.
This way you can only take one group's word for what happened. The thing that ruined the J6 narrative.
Uh-oh. We lost your audio
Right
again.
in the middle.
I know.
Oh, okay. So what's happening is when I shrink Chrome down to pull my PDF up, I guess it doesn't want to keep StreamYard microphone front and center or something. So it's going to be tricky.
Can you take a picture on your phone and then read it off of the picture, maybe?
Well, that's how I originally made the images. It's originally a screenshot. So that's that's actually what it is in my files. It's a JPEG of a screenshot I made. I'm gonna try to read it to you guys, but I'm gonna give you the reference. Bonnie, if you want to pull it up, you can find this on Google as a free PDF of a book.
Okay.
It's written by Nino, Nino, Monea, Monea, and the book is called "The Fall of the Grand Jury." It's actually a paper or what have you, an essay. And Cole had said something that triggered my thought of, let's get the government down to 7 people. Well, that's because when we're self-governing, we didn't need as much of a federal government. So the portion I want to read on pages, let's see, 451 and 452 of the PDF reflect that. And there's some references below that people can look at later. I don't know if you can pull that particular PDF up on your screen or not, but it's not the largest PDF in the world, so you might be able to find it quicker. I'm not a tech savvy person when it comes to streaming and whether I can have one tab open or another.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't even get my camera to turn off. So you're doing better than me. I'm learning too. It's hard when you don't already know.
Is it the abstract that you're wanting read, or?
No, give me a second here. I have my old phone, and I have.
And then it has 196 references.
Yeah, let me pull up on my old phone the actual article that I originally had it on, and I will just read off one phone. I just wanted you guys to be able to read along, so I'm not making the words up.
This is SSRN. I don't know if it's the same site you use. There's Squarespace.
Well, no,
my trust issues aren't that deep. I'll believe you without having to read along. At least I would. I don't know why you would do that,
Yeah.
And again, though, it's the Fall of the Grand Jury by Nino Monea. And let me pull this up here. I have it on my other phone, and it's recently accessed images as well. So there was a section D, and this is at the bottom of page 451. Section D, government has become more robust, replacing the need for grand juries. Now, the point of this book, folks, just like there's another book called The County, in the early 1900s, late 1800s, you had central planners. Today we call them globalists. And so they're arguing for all the mechanics of we the people to be taken away and everything to put into centralized city governments. So his point, if you got to think it's the opposite, because this guy's a globalist, he's in the club. So you got to remember to think the contradictory line. But these people also tell on themselves when they explain just exactly what these organizations they want to dissolve can actually accomplish. So Section D, government has become more robust, replacing the need for grand juries. The cost argument may have become more persuasive to society as government professionalized, thus minimizing the tolerance people had for spending money on grand juries. In the mid 1800s, when grand juries were still fairly popular, government was a much smaller part of people's lives. I'll just let you guys think about that for a second. Government was a much smaller part of people's lives. So he admits it. Unfunded and undermanned local governments generally had neither the need nor the ability to maintain an established bureaucracy staffed by professionals. Now, I'm adding emphasis, but think about that. Yeah, local government didn't need to maintain an established bureaucracy staffed by professionals, aka a professional bureaucrat class. To the extent any bureaucracy operated, it operated mostly on the local level. In the 1880s, Wisconsin's governor had a staff of 5, counting the janitor and lieutenant governor. So he had 2 other people, himself, the janitor, and lieutenant governor. That was for the state of Wisconsin, and that was in, again, 1880s. So the Midwest was already, developing at that point. Around that time in Congress, the Senate Appropriations Committee had a staff of 8, and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee had 3.
Yeah.
Where are we going wrong, folks? Grand juries, grand juries often filled the void left by this lack of a professional bureaucracy. Congress entrusted grand juries to assist in the administration of the first census, while federal marshals throughout the country were responsible for submitting population returns to the president. Grand juries were responsible for tracking down and punishing marshals who failed to file returns. Grand juries also scrutinized the materials submitted by the marshals to ensure they were good and proper. In the states, grand juries did everything from suggest routes for roads, approve election precincts, collect taxes, oversee road maintenance, grant licenses, probate wills, appoint guardians, and swear in public officials. Grand juries even contributed to the drafting state constitutions by submitting reports to delegates. Now, that's just a portion of the laundry list there. Not bad, huh? Let's move along real quick here. Because so few government officials were in the way, grand juries largely ran the show. And who better to do so? As will be discussed further below, local jurors were more interested in seeing that the affairs of their counties are honestly administered than any state official could possibly be. Collaborating with local grand juries, the courts ruled the counties in early America. When public officials were derelict in their duties, they could be fined by the grand jury without any need to issue a formal indictment or presentment. Towns, counties, and private citizens, too, could be punished by the grand jury if they failed to provide good government. So, are you guys thinking Trump can do it all on his own, or should we start looking at forming general jural assemblies, which can convene grand juries as needed, and also have powers as assemblies? There you go, folks. I gave away the secret. You still have grand juries able to form throughout the country, but the people have to assemble. The assembly is essentially a jury pool, but an assembly also has its own powers as well. But much of it mirrors the grand jury, such as when you form an assembly for your state, you're going to have your 25 jurors, your 2 alternates, your 4 investigators, and your 4 officers, making a total of 35. This is based off the Magna Carta. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the big recipe. If we return to self-governance, we could start getting some of this stuff done. But if we keep thinking it's only going to be Donald Trump and everybody, then in 2 years or 4 years, we're going to see these executive orders reversed. That's why executive orders are just a stopgap. They're not Congress passing actual law. Cola or Bonnie, if you want to hit me with questions, I'm more than happy. And quick note, Bonnie, some lady from Texas did speak up about a week or two ago on the national call. I'm not sure if that was you or not, but just letting you know.
I had actually heard a coordinator speak.
Great.
At some
Good,
point.
good.
I don't know how to contact her, but I'll have to look at the site better.
You use the restore-america.org site. We've developed that now where stuff goes right to those coordinators in the different states, or you can put in your info. So that's kind of replacing the national-assembly.net page as like our landing page, and then the assembly page is going to be basically like the archive. At least that's what I've gathered from my study and use of it so far.
Yes. And
go ahead. I yield.
So the government can run on 10% of what is up there right now. That sounds like that's obvious. The grand jury seems to be the power that has been turned over to the Supreme Court. Are they the ones that have replaced the grand jury?
They have tried to replace it by corporatizing everything. And they follow what's called the California model. I found out when I read the PDF of the county. That's in the recommended reading on michigandejure.org from Michigan's General Jural Assembly. What they do in California is before you even go to trial, they have a pre-trial hearing, and that's where they get everyone to cop a plea bargain. Remember, any controversy exceeding $20 or $25, whatever it was in the Seventh Amendment, you have a right to a grand jury. But if you do that, then they want to throw you under the prison because you're actually going to make them spend money on your case. So they'll try to, coerce you and scare you and try to get you to accept that plea bargain because they want their win. So, the jury is one of your votes and the assembly is one of your other votes. And without those, you're down to one of your votes, which is every election cycle. So instead of 3 votes, you got 1. Is it any wonder that the American people feel disconnected?
Yes. Devil Dog, super good to see you.
Oh, Devil Dog's here. Excellent.
He's the Devil Dog, not D-Dog. D-Dog was here earlier.
Oh, okay.
And I grilled him about a lot of stuff. And I know you're not feeling good, so I won't do that to you too much. But, to me, it all makes sense. It's the way it was meant to be run. And the people have the power if they just learn how to use it.
Correct. And again, not to go off, the term runaway grand jury was originally invented to insult the grand jury, but there's an author out there who actually wrote the runaway grand jury is the ideal grand jury, where the district attorney may want it to only investigate one thing, but the grand jury finds out, hey, this guy isn't just corrupt, but his friend he's in business with is also corrupt, and there's a whole web of corruption. So all of these people need to be indicted. And district attorneys don't like that. They just want cut and dry, quick wins, up the resume and to get their court fees. So they've been trying to clip the wings of the grand jury basically since the Civil War, hours into the
Uh-oh, we're losing your vocal again. Can't remember if I asked you what the difference was between. Now I can't even remember. I started talking about your voice. Those brain farts. I hate that.
No, it just happened to me a minute ago. It was a miracle. My me. Like that was like a boomerang. It like left and came back. Thank goodness. It happens all the time though.
The so many things written down that the bond. Okay. Yeah, that's where I get confused. Notices, affidavits, and bonds. And at the same time, like right now, our Attorney General Paxton is suing the government. So interested to see how that turns out. They've tried to impeach him already because he is going against the government. And I am the one and only devil dog purpose. Yes, you are. Sean, I think we lost your audio again.
It's starting to turn white outside.
It's turning white outside.
It's accumulating.
We'll have to take pictures. Oh, he dropped. Yep. One sec. He's having some issues. And I understand doing a live on my phone is so different. Thankfully, somehow my laptop has held up tonight.
Yeah, noticed I think it's when you're on your phone, it has a little bit of a crackle, and it's not here now because I guess you're not on your phone. It's like a real mild, but it's just a little crackle sound, in the background.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. Mine does something similar, but only I hear it on my end, and I don't use my phone anymore. But when I did, it made a funny sound that only I could hear and other people couldn't hear. So, there you are.
Yeah, it seems like after enough audio, it decides to cut out on me. That's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know Uncle Sam loves you. What
Right.
I was trying to reiterate earlier is that the unrepealed 13th Amendment is on the books, and the attorney for the National Archives actually at one time said that yes, Virginia did ratify it. And then the attorneys around the world are like, well, he doesn't have the standing to say that. And it's like, he's the attorney for the National Archive, you morons. So they don't want to admit that because they are esquires, that they are not welcome in our courts, for lack of a better way of putting it. And we as a people, we figure if we pay a little bit more taxes, somebody else will do the job. Well, the people need to be doing the job, not a professional cast of characters. And that can also be CASTE because they're unelected and they're usually, appointees of certain families. Let's get rid of that caste and go back to we the people handling things locally. And if we can do that, we're good. And there have been, in the 80s and 90s, you'd hear about that. People would go to their county, get fluoride taken out of the water, or they uncovered the lead in the water in Flint, Michigan, or other things. So it is doable, but the people have to be consistent. They can't just do it a few times and say, okay, we met together 12 times this year. We're good. And you never meet the next year, that type of thing. You only get out of anything what you put in. And a lot of people want to get paid. And it's like, America is not really set up to pay you to be fighting corrupt government. Unfortunately, it's more like it'll pay you to help corrupt government, which is a sad state of affairs. So we control the head of the animal right now. We got Donald Trump in at the top. Now we got to we got to clean up the body and the throat and the legs and the extremities, And if we don't do it, I hate to see what the midterms or 2028 will look like because it'll just swing back the other way.
You don't expect him to get rid of people out of positions himself from the inside out? You don't see him doing that? That's what I was really expected him to do. I mean, he talks about draining the swamp. I kind of thought that's what he meant. And like he said in the sorry, go ahead.
He can do some of that within limits, but he can't violate his oath of office in doing so. That's why he's saying he's not going to prosecute his political rivals. Joe Biden didn't care about the oath of office because over 70 people in that administration did not have a proper filed oath of office, which means you can't go after them for breach of contract. You can go after them for fraud.
I'm not talking about prosecuting. I'm talking about stopping them from working, stopping them from any more corruption, getting them out of the scene. But like firing them, like I've heard him say himself, Biden never fires anybody. Like,
But
he totally said that, and he does. So I was kind of thinking like he might actually do that.
he can fire them, but I look at it like a bad penny. They'll turn up somewhere else in some other job, or they'll write one of their fake books. So the people need to bring charges against these characters, not hope that, they'll just go away and, go happily into the night. Like right now, I'm seeing Mark Zuckerberg. Oh, Joe Biden forced me to do this. Joe Biden forced me to do that. Zuckerberg, individual accountability is a thing. And, he's not going to take that seriously, especially when he has a Chinese asset for a wife. He's going to blame it on the crowd like King Saul did. And in the end, King Saul had to fall on his sword, So I'm not saying Zuckerberg should fall on his sword, but his redemption arc, if he's going to have one, he needs to start name dropping and, showing that he's on Team America and
That's
maybe
what I'm
divorce.
hoping they all do, is start name dropping. I'm hoping he gets rid of this one, and then that one tells on that one, and they tell on each other, and some of these lists come out, and like a spider web, like something weaved, it starts to unravel. This is, I dream big. I get it. It may not all happen, but I certainly hope it does. I hope that people start to reveal themselves more and more.
Well, just recall they elected Barack Obama, and they said the Democrats wanted him because he was a constitutional.
Oh man.
You stopped at constitutional. Because sometimes like he could still hear us even if his end's not working,
Mhm.
Let's let him know so he don't keep on talking. That's how it happens to me. I'll just still be talking and then come back in. You didn't hear 5 sentences or something. Lily, Cash Patel says if they take down Garland, the dominoes will fall. I don't know. I know that you shouldn't put all your hope in one place. I get that. I'm not arguing with anything that you guys are saying at all. I'm just saying that hopefully it will be on both. It won't just be up to us, Like hopefully we can change some things, and so can some things change from the top. And I'm not giving up yet. It's way too early to not have hope like that things will change. We have the whole time ahead of us. And if he's already come in there just signing executive orders and pardoning the J6ers, like he's coming in with a bang. And I'm excited. I really am. And I don't really understand all the things I don't know how we would go about getting anybody in legal trouble but if there's a way, then I guess I have some stuff to learn, I suppose.
And that's what I was gonna ask him after he got done speaking about that. So how would the people go about presenting grievances or a case or anything against anyone in the federal government, or even not? Fauci's not a government official, is he?
I can't believe that he did that last minute. And that's the thing. I'm sorry. I know you asked a question. I should just him, and also, oh shoot, him, and also the unselect committee or the select committee.
Yeah.
If they were on the up and up and nothing they did was wrong, they shouldn't need a pardon. And that tells you everything you should need to know. Same with Fauci. If he was he's doing everything right, he shouldn't need to be pardoned. And that's what Trump said, was that's why he didn't pardon himself or his family, because people would have thought he was guilty, and he's not. And neither his family.
Yeah.
Biden just didn't care.
And why Millie?
Oh my gosh.
May I touch on this, Bonnie?
Triggered me. Some with Millie, Bonnie. I'll have to go see what I just saw about supposedly some stuff on him. Y'all go ahead. I'm going to mute. I'm going to find it because I think I might know the answer to that, actually. The Millie.
And she's correct. I heard Millie just got removed from his position. So
yeah,
I haven't confirmed. I'm just hearing that through the grapevine. But you asked a question, Bonnie, and used Fauci as an example. Okay, in old times, before the sheriffs were federalized, you could actually have a grand jury present It's funny you use the word present. Present a presentment to their sheriff of what they have found regarding a particular person. If this whole country had every sheriff, say in every county, basically put a BOLO for Fauci, be on the lookout, and arrest him for crimes, X, Y, and Z, guess
Right.
what? He wouldn't be able to set foot in any of the counties. He'd be arrested. So that's it. And it's a very patchwork pattern, but that is one way of doing it. And then in the case of a state general assembly, we'd be able to issue directives to our governor saying to keep this person out of the state. That would be a fair thing. We no longer want any of his business dealings. No longer want any of this because he has harmed the people, and you show for cause where he's harmed the people and the people of that state where you have standing, and then there you go. And it's not that you're going the legal route, because the legal route you're going to go after fines and penal codes. You just want lawful standing, cut and dry, point it to the Constitution or point it to your rights. And if you have to cite code, fine, you cite some code to back it up. That's what
Right.
they agree to when they swear the oath of office. They agree to the codes and the statutes. So you point out they can't even keep their words to their very own corporate serve. And don't let it get twisted, folks. The CDC is a corporation. I believe also the NIH is a corporation. And it's also very funny too, because they have a library that helped me a lot in my research. So kind of ironic that they have a demon like Fauci. Their archives are very, very, let's just say, choice.
Yes.
So that might be something for people who want to do some research on the 1700s and 1800s. Go see what the National Institute of Health has in their archives of PDFs. You might find some very old laws that are still on the books, and also evidence of all this stuff that is so-called crazy kooks. It's like, no, we were right the whole time. And, here it is, General so-and-so or President so-and-so doing this. And it's like, yeah. And the great-grandchildren for that generation passed on that knowledge, and then their grandchildren passed on that knowledge. And then, MacArthur, Patton, and Eisenhower were supposed to pass on that knowledge. Quite work out. They killed Patton. They, controlled Eisenhower getting the presidency, and they tried to disgrace MacArthur, but MacArthur had his people follow up, and that brings us to where we're at today. So
we could do the same thing with Gates, Bill Gates.
Gates actually would be very good standing. What is he out of Seattle specifically, if I recall? Windows or Microsoft?
I'm
like something
not
there.
sure.
It might not be a big deal because most businesses now store their stuff on the internet as far as their data goes. But just something as such as either pulling a business license or having the community figure out a way to get their residents, their office building revoked. Basically kick them off their property and send them out of state. If they want to be in love with China, yeah, fine. Your corporate headquarters can be in China. Your products are no longer welcome in the U.S. And people are like, oh no, our tech stuff. It's like, we used to build the tech until we exported it. We can build the tech again. We just got to get the factories open back up. To give you guys an idea of how bad of a bind we're in, the microchips that are in our cell phones, those are all made in Taiwan. Or made in Korea, South Korea, I believe. That's Samsung and Nokia there. Without those particular places, we are out of it for digital microchips. We only have analog microchips being made in the US, and those are made by Texas Instruments. Anyone remember Speak and Spell and the Little Professor? I had those as a kid.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone else remembers those. That was the little red toy that E.T. would talk with.
Excuse me. Mm-hmm.
So why did we go from having the first, analog chips and the digital chips, RCA and all these other brands, Panasonic, and then lo and behold, we export them and we just say, oh, we can't make it no more. We can make them, just turn the factories back on, or rebuild the factories, and then tell the foreign competition, yeah.
Aw. Yeah. Well, apparently Elon has set up a chip factory in Texas, from my understanding. So it's not only Gates.
So Bonnie, I might end up repeating this on Wednesday because I had already. Anyways, the Millie thing. chairman of the Joint Staff authorizing use of heat and sound directed energy weapons against protesters during the violent riot, basically the Summer of Love. Baker claims, so this is this guy, let's see, hold on, I lost his first name again. I'll go back in a second, but Baker claims to have photographic evidence to substantiate these allegations with a full expose promised in the coming days. And this is a couple weeks ago, at least a week ago. So that probably already happened. It can be recalled during the summer of 2020, a series of protests and riots erupted across the United States following the death of George Floyd, often referred to as the Summer of Love. And they're saying that Milley, he says, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs, authorized the use of heat and sound directed energy weapons against the protesters during the violent riots. So that could be why. I mean, it may be another reason too, but that is definitely out here. What's this guy's name though? Journalist Steve Baker alleges, and he says that he has in all this stuff about proof. And this was on January 7th, what I'm reading from right now. So I'm assuming some more information on this topic has come out, but yeah, I just like, that phrase we were talking about the fires in California, and everybody was saying the energy weapons, and I don't know, it's just kind of one of those trigger words, right? You're like, oh wait, I know that word from somewhere. Anyway, welcome back, Sean.
I've seen the crowd control things.
Mm-hmm. And Debbie Williams talking about those purple and blue lights. Like, I don't know, but they put them in the cities. In the city here. I'm not in the city, but they definitely have them. They're like not white or yellow anymore. They're like bluish purple. And I don't know why there must be multiple reasons. I don't like it. It's kind of creepy.
I think your audio is out, Sean. And somewhere I was seeing a video, was it at Indies, where all over the world in certain places the lights were flashing, like the street lights, whatever. And I was like, well, what is that now?
I didn't see that. I don't know about that.
But they were not colored either. They were white lights.
I don't know. Do you have purple lights in the city anywhere, Bonnie? Or blue? I kind of like just not white.
No.
Huh. I definitely have seen them. I know exactly what she's talking about, but I don't know why.
But we have those white boxes on all our towers.
I have heard as like, I don't know if it's true, but I've heard it as like a rumor that they're hard for people that shoot up. They're hard for them to find their veins in that lighting. But I'm like, maybe that's like could be a point, but you wouldn't do that just for that one thing. I wouldn't think, but I don't know. Cause like some bathrooms in gas stations and stuff have bad lighting like that. And that's what they say, but I don't even know if it's just a rumor, or if it's true or not.
Yeah.
But I am curious too. I kind of want to know why they do it, or at least what they say the reason is, even if that's not, I don't even know their pretend reason, much less the real reason. I feel like there's always both, the one they say and then the one that really is. Every once in a while, it might be the same one, but most times I don't think so.
Yeah, never even an explanation. And then if you go and show a video of it, oh, we need to take that for evidence. And there goes your phone.
Man, I guess if you hear something like that, you should upload it to like Facebook, or I always say that I meant YouTube right then too, or Facebook, either one. Upload it that way. If they take your phone, it doesn't matter. But
always make copies and give one to somebody you trust.
I keep seeing this meme. Innocent people don't need a pardon, but thank you, Joe, for identifying the guilty ones.
Right.
Thanks for letting us know. I also don't understand this whole, what is it? The swearing in is what is happening tomorrow that didn't happen today? They did everything but that or something. I don't really understand it. And I've seen people saying, oh, he's already been sworn in. And I just don't know.
Yep.
What's what on that either?
Good. Copies and document everything. And I need to get better at the documenting everything. That's where I have notes all over these spiral notebooks. And that's what my daughter asked me the other day. She goes, Mom, how do you expect us to understand what you have written in these notebooks? Because I'll have a whole page of something written or a half page, and I'll start writing underneath that the next day, then go up the sides and all over the place. And so only I can figure it out. And so I do need to organize it.
Yeah, I got a lot of notebooks too that probably don't make a lot of sense. And some of them I go back and go, man, this lady's crazy. Oh shit, I wrote this. I've totally seen some stuff from like 2020 that I'm like, oh my God, I was all over the place. But it's like all this different information will hit you from all these different places. So when you just look at all this different stuff that doesn't really attach to it, it does look crazy, but doesn't mean it's not true, you know? You know what I mean? Like from different areas and different, I don't know, different, I can't even.
Well, I used to be
All right.
better at putting dates also. And I was going back through some spirals that I found, and it was from 2013. And somewhere, somehow, I heard this because in that spiral, when I was looking through it, I saw flat earth with a dome over it. And I was like, where did I hear that in 2013? Because I was not on YouTube.
Mm.
I don't know. But I took a note of it.
Yeah, I've got some weird notes. I actually think about getting rid of them, and then I'm like, I don't know. I don't think some of them I probably won't need. But also, like, if I get rid of them, knowing me, I'll probably forget.
Is your audio working now, Sean? Nope. That's so weird because I have T-Mobile internet and it's been really good for me. I guess the phone service
I
isn't.
can't.
Oh, I heard a whisper.
Yeah, I heard something too.
Yeah, my data, you pay for unlimited data and then they tell you, oh, you've hit your limit, but what's the point of calling it unlimited? There's a limit. So,
Yes, I have noticed that too. Pay for unlimited, but then they keep telling you you've had this much data usage. So why are you telling me that?
it always hits, of course, when I'm about to tell you guys, XYZ that's vital, and so yeah, our friends in DC are probably listening and playing with us at their leisure, or they're using an algorithm to filter what we say.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a commentary in the chat. Yeah, the Virginia Company and all that, those were set up as colonies, and the United States Corporation was what they renamed the company, and that's chartered by the King of England and the Crown Corporation. Essentially, every business feeds itself in a big pyramid up to the crown, and then long story short, like I was saying earlier, is you just get the business license because these people can't keep their whether it's their oath of office in the government corporations or as a business, the regular globalist type businesses, Amazon, Microsoft, etc. You just show that they're causing harm on the people who are welcome in that piece of land. Kind of like how India kicked out Bill Gates. So if India can do it, why haven't we?
Yeah, why haven't we?
Different angle. This guy George Soros, because I know they're waiting for me to say his. There's warrants for him in Russia, Hungary, Britain, and I think possibly Poland. So he's got warrants. He knows how to step, into those countries, and he keeps here in the United States. He keeps a helicopter with the freaking propellers on 24/7 in case he has to take off.
Wow.
He's been causing problems for 70s, early 80s. This is a guy who almost collapsed the British pound, and that was, again, he works for the ROTH, SCHILD family. So messing up the stability. Here's the thing, folks. If you stabilize your economy, you can pay off your national debt, and you're no longer slaves to the bankers. Well, the British Crown was doing okay with their pound, and then Soros, he said, he claimed to eat it. Sorry, I said his name.
You did.
He says, I defeated my own intention there. That's why self-censorship sucks, by the way. But
It's so hard to do. I can't. Yeah.
yeah, you see, you're trying to get to the point, and you have to spell the guy's name out so the algorithm forgets it. When he shorted the pound, it wasn't that he himself did it. It's just that everybody copies him back then. Now today, everyone copies Warren Buffett. But the point is when he did that, when he shorted the pound, others followed suit, and that's what caused the pound to collapse so greatly. And he fully knew that if he pulled his investment into the British economy like that, others would follow. So he didn't do it just like, oh, I'm just trying to save my own money. He knew that there would be copycat investors. And that's like Warren Buffett right now, for you guys who are following. Over the last summer, he's been pulling money out of Bank of America. And so other people are like, he must know something. So they're going to pull money out of Bank of America. What happens when Bank of America collapses? I mean, that's a bank going back to Prescott Bush, backing the Axis powers in Germany. That's a very old bank as far as modern banking is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you could stabilize your economy, pay off your debt, and that comes a lot from cheap energy. That's why Trump's saying, we're going to drill for oil. Cheap energy means productivity goes up. Productivity goes up, you get value, and you can also translate that value into your currency. So there's a lot of good comments in the chat. I want to thank you guys for those points of action. I just wish my phone would keep up with us.
I know. And that's what Chessboard was asking.
Oh, Chessboard asks a very good question. How do we pay off that debt with interest? Well, here's a question. Are you a party to that debt? That's the trick. Now, the folks who want to pay off that debt the most are the people who are parties to it, i.e. anybody who swore to the Constitution. So if the military is tired of being hired out as mercenaries around the world, you think they might want to get that debt done away with or paid off? And the answer is yes, which is why they have a motive. Nobody does all this stuff in a vacuum. They want things fixed. And so they went to Donald Trump as part of the requisitions that were issued to them. But their profit motive is there too. They don't want to be mercenaries for the world. They're tired of the Team America World Police. They just want to be at home with their family like anyone else, show up at their base, clock in 9 to 5 or, clock in 5 to, midnight, whatever their shift is, and then go home. So the $1 trillion number, to be honest, you stabilize your currency, that actually takes the inflation away. So those trillions should decrease. There's deflation and inflation. We're suffering from inflation right now. Don't forget, Donald Trump used to be a millionaire. Now he's a billionaire. Did his buildings suddenly grow in height? Did the buildings, become that much larger? Not really. It's the dollars lost their value. So it took more dollars to fix them.
There's also the fact of like making changing negotiations. And when all the time Donald Trump points out all the places we're giving way too much money away and we're giving more than this country. And he said he notices things all the time to renegotiate. And there's also bringing new money in that's not coming, such as he was talking about with TikTok, saying that he was only going to allow it if they give us 50%. That's a lot of freaking money. 50% of whatever TikTok. That's new. That's money we weren't getting before that now could work towards paying our debt. It doesn't have to necessarily be I feel like he's going to, because he's a businessman, he's going to provide avenues to create wealth that we aren't creating now. Like he talks about, we're on liquid gold and we should drill and just, I just see him as the only person for this job right now. And I think he's going to come through. I really do. And that's going to help get us out of debt when we are not giving away as much money. And he renegotiates many deals we're already involved in, makes new ones, things like this TikTok venture. I don't know that it's going to work, but according to him, I feel like the way he explained it is they can't even do it unless it comes down to his say so. So it's worthless without him signing off on it. So they might as well give away 50% so that it has worth. And of course, I was listening to him, but it sounds good to me, and it gives me hope, because I don't think that any other people are thinking of these types of things. They would have just either said yes, it can be banned, or no, we're going to leave it banned, or we're going to bring it back. They wouldn't have said only if you give us half. That's a businessman move right there, and it impressed me, if nobody else. And if he does everything like that, then it's going to create more wealth for us, in my opinion.
But from what I've seen, it's not even about TikTok. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in there with it.
Well, see, I don't know, Bonnie. I don't know. All I know is, like I said, if there's only option of ban it or allow it back, then if the only thing different is that we're getting profit, why not? In my opinion, that's a lot of money, billions of dollars, and we're going to get half of it instead of them just having it all. Or I don't understand how he could make it worthless. That's the part I didn't understand, because I feel like, is it banned everywhere or just here? Because if it's only just banned here, I don't know how that would make it worthless, but I don't know.
If I may, the
Yes.
TikTok makes ad revenue, and mainly it sells its products to the American people, because over Australia and Europe, we have more of an economy, and thus more money for them. Most of Europe's economies are in the tank right now. Going with any business, they want to do business in the U.S. The U.S. is demanding, hey, you're going to cut us in on the deal. That's not necessarily bad business, And the currency issue, because we're talking about it in the chat. The currency, if back to a precious metal like a silver or a gold, will be finite, and that will give it value again, and that will help kill the inflation. Bankers won't like that, and they won't be able to print money out of thin air as they've been doing with fiat currency. And I will tell you guys this, for example, the Pentagon controls what's called the Silver Institute. We actually have silver mines that are out of touch of the bankers' talons, so they can't grasp and claw at them. That's one of the reasons Kennedy wanted to do that. The other option is, okay, they took out Kennedy for going for silver, so Nixon said, you know what, we'll go to the petrodollar, and they created that, and that broke the Bretton Woods agreement that kept us on the gold standard, because the gold standard was controlled by the international banking mafia.
Good
So
to
that's
see
why
you.
they had that's why
Sorry.
they had to smear Nixon with Watergate, is because he got us out of Bretton Woods. They almost had their New World Order back then. Every time they think they got us, we get somebody who's willing to pay the cost and get us out of that messed up situation. And every time we almost pay off that national debt, we were close to doing it after the Clinton bubble, the tech bubble in the 90s. There was a little bit of a recession, but it wasn't that bad. And so things were getting set up, and then 9/11, everybody forgets, and we haven't been the same since. So yeah, watch for them to try to do something silly with Trump. We're not out of the woods yet, guys. I'm not saying it to be a downer. Today was a great celebration, but it means when you wake up in the morning, you still got to go to work. You still got to keep your head on a swivel.
Right.
Absolutely.
And welcome, John.
Oh, Shane, Cola, Bonnie.
It's good
Hi,
to see you.
Sorry, still fighting the cold.
Yeah, I know. Every so often I'll cough. Sorry.
Oh, and just real quick for everyone's benefit, sorry to talk over you, John. Just
No,
want to
you're
get this out for the people in the comments. There's a clip of it that came out. It was a leaked audio tape. One of the high-ranking Democrat Party members that was like a flunky for Lyndon B. Johnson was basically upset and basically cursing about it, or ruining or reminiscing, however you want to. He was regretful. He was saying that Lyndon B. Johnson should never have hired Mac Wallace to kill JFK. So there you go, guys. Israel was unhappy because JFK didn't want them to go nuclear. The bankers weren't happy because JFK wanted to go to silver, but LBJ was the linchpin of it all. He got the CIA to back him to become freaking president.
Mm-hmm.
And those CIA guys, by the way, when you fast forward, they're the same ones as the plumbers for Nixon. They got Nixon in trouble with Watergate. Look up the deathbed confession of E. Howard Hunt, and it's really a shame that because of quote unquote national security, this stuff's now right when these people should have been put in prison decades ago.
Yep.
Remember, national security is a code word for cover up. I yield.
You know, and that's one thing. I couldn't believe it. My uncle, my great uncle, he was in World War II, and so he was connected. And there's a place just north of San Antonio, and it was always like top secret. Like he was, you know, I'll tell you one thing, but you can never repeat it. And so it was never repeated. It was told to me and my grandmother. And Obama came into presidency, and suddenly I see what he had told us on the headline of the San Antonio newspaper and front page. And I was like, oh my goodness. So now the whole world knows this top secret thing just blasted out there for everybody to know. I couldn't believe it.
So can't you say it now that it's out there?
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of think everybody knows there's underground, a lot underground missiles stuff.
Murray Freeland talking about flashing lights going off and people's rings on their houses going off. Flashing lights are going off tonight. Is it any certain place or several places? I don't know if I heard about that.
See, and that's what I was talking about, the flashing lights. And
that's happening where you are, Bonnie?
no, I had just seen videos of it, and I would like to know if it's in her area before I say what I'm going to say, because I don't want to scare her about anything or anything.
No, if I had flashing lights in my area, then I'd need you to say it or I'd be scared. You're kind of, either way, it's scary. My gosh. I don't know. I've not heard about it. But half the things we hear about are such a big deal and they just disappear, from the drones to the fog. And it's like,
Right.
It's crazy. This will probably be one of those things.
Excuse me.
If I may, Cola and Bonnie, if I may.
Yes.
You know, when the fog was happening, we were getting the fog out here in California, and we were getting sprayed overnight. People don't realize I'm up at sunset and sunrise or whatever when I'm doing my overnights. So I'm taking photos of all these checkerboards in the skies. I'm like, okay, they're either going to try to have a storm, or they're going to try to, maybe they're going to do the wildfire thing. And then sure enough, I go out on January 6th to go to for Three Kings Day to visit my Lucha Libre friends and family, in the wrestling world, give them their Christmas gifts and all that for Tres Magi's. And, on the way back, I'm noticing, wow, they're still spraying. And by the time I get home that night, January 6th, January 7th, boom, the Pacific Palisades fire kick off. Now, here's the thing is I've been outdoors since, and they basically let the fires, it's like they did the fires, and now it's like, oh, guess what? No geoengineering for now. Everything's fine. The clouds are hazy, but they're not, crisscrossing them again. And I will say also January 5th, I was taking photos because I was doing security at a car show in our mall, a couple hours in the middle of the day. And you literally see at the start, there's some marks in the sky. And then by the end of the car show, there's just this big, nasty gray haze over the car show. And the thing for me as a Californian for my whole life, we're talking now 48 years as of, let's see, last Friday. Yeah, last Friday. Anyway, we're talking, California used to have, like when you see tourism videos of Mexico, like Cabo San Lucas and, Cancun, like our skies used to be this beautiful blue, and our sunsets were beautiful too, but they had natural clouds. They didn't have the cirrus contrail clouds. And now we have this funky haze, even though our gasoline burns cleaner because of all the taxes and fuel additives, quote unquote. But instead of getting rid of smog, they gave us a different color of smog. I'm gonna sneeze, so I'm gonna mute real quick. Hold on.
Bless you.
Yeah, I think back in, I can't remember what the date was exactly. The Navy carried out what I think it was called Operation Sea Spray, and that was off the coast of California.
Wow.
And it was supposed to be a chemical that wasn't really going to affect people, harm them, lasting harm. But people did get sick. They wanted to see what that effect or how they could affect people. So they do experiments on us. Even like China is actually an experiment as far as economical.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of investors, U.S. investors, and I'm sure Russia, Saudi Arabia, people who have the money to invest have invested and built China up to what it is. So there's the investment layer of things we have to take into consider when we're trying to think of, how the world works. And I think a lot of times, like, whether you think that we should be a community or a tribe or whatever, the structure will probably be the same. You'll probably pick somebody who will you will probably give them the authority, like a chief or a president or whatever you want to call him. And Plato, I think, said it best was, you can call it whatever you want, but it's still going to be the same thing, So our government or our way of life is kind of like a social construct. And throughout time, it has always pretty much been the same, but people have called it something different. And I think that's kind of like, that's why I brought up technocracy, was because I think now with this technology, they want to put it in use. And even Trump is on board with it. You've seen all the technical people, Musk and Bezos and Zuckerberg, and all them were there at the inauguration. These are the technocrats, and they want to put it in play. Nobody's actually calling our government or really talking about technocracy. But even Elon Musk's grandfather, I put the link in the backstage chat. His grandfather was actually part of the technocracy movement back in 1947, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Which it kind of,
Michigan.
it was kicked around and, but it never came to be. I think too, the technology wasn't there for it then. But now I think there's a big push where we all can see where technology can be useful. Some people are scared of it, and some people, they'll embrace it, because it's like anything in this world. It can be good or it can be bad,
Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Dunning, the best argument against the technocracy is the Amish. Not one case of COVID in all their communities.
Exactly. That's why I say, there any subject or topic or whatever is always going to have the opposite side to it. That's kind of like, even like if you were to have a debate, most debates are structured where you have one group presenting the pros and one group presenting the cons. And, and then you hash it out to try to come up with a, at least what's going on. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing. We're seeing people who are showing us the cons and some are showing us the pros of things in our government now, but is our government, like with Trump, he does embrace technology. in his first term, he actually was all for like quantum. If you look up quantum.gov, he also used the BlackRock CEO. He worked with the Treasury to merge the Federal Reserve with the Treasury. They're using that technology to try to figure out this financial mess, really, because there's too many ticks in the system. They're just criminals, and they're taking all the profits. I mean, look at how many billionaires and trillionaires there are, but yet there's homeless and people starving and different things like that.
Yeah.
From a biblical perspective, we're always going to have the poor and the homeless. But if we as the middle class don't have enough to, go out our door and give them a plate of hot food, then something is definitely wrong. So that's always been the thing, is America had it where we had abundance. We're still the biggest donors to charity, not just the NGOs, but just in general.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that comes to mind is even the NGOs that are supposed to be charities got abused, and that's how the likes of the Clintons, the Soroses, and others have set these structures up to not enrich the communities that are suffering, but rather to enrich themselves by becoming contractors. Good example was what happened recently in North Carolina, and I don't mean to offend anybody, but this is what happened: is they did not let in the people who are volunteering because they already hired and paid contractors to go do those jobs. And of course, part of their orders of those jobs was don't go to the Trump houses, don't, do this, don't do that, set up a command center, but don't, repair people's homes. So depending on whatever the contract of those contractors is, they have to fulfill that contract, and they're not going to let any competing interest, be it a volunteer or a competing nonprofit, elbow in and say, well, we'll feed the starving and the cold right now because you guys aren't. It's like, nope, we got this area. This is our contract. We'll take you to court over it. So that's something, the people have remedy, but the people have to have standing. And North Carolina, Lahaina, East Palestine, Ohio, Pacific Palisades, we all have standing. The people just have to know how to assemble and have enough people there to have standing and have a case go forward. Because if you don't have standing, then you're just playing whack-a-mole, and they'll pay you off and tell you to go away. I can actually assert there's a fellow in my own city. All he does is he sues the government, and then he signs non-disclosure agreements when he wins, and that's how he keeps his income. Like, he's the guy who will sue them over a crack in the sidewalk that could trip somebody. So he's made himself a nice, healthy thing. And I'm like, why don't you tell anybody how to do this? He's like, I signed non-disclosure agreements. I'm like, son of a gun. It's like, that's the problem, is there are people who augment themselves off the knowledge for self-profit versus enlightening the rest of the people of, hey, what strategy did you use? What approach did you use? How do you do this? So, we have remedy, but there's very few people who have it, and a lot of them become gatekeepers, or they want you to jump through hoops and sign up for giving away your social security number. Oh, wait, you got to make these gatekeepers into your chief fiduciary. It means if you die, they get your money. Oh, wait, and that same party about coroners now who can declare someone dead. Yeah, I would watch out for that. So that's, if you ever hear me harp about what's called status, that's why, ladies and gentlemen, you got somebody setting themselves up to take a lot of money out there. So you don't need to do that stuff. You just need to establish your standing and your cause and have enough people behind you. Now, if things worked out differently in my county, instead of 400 signatures to get rid of the registrar of voters, we would have used 13. It didn't work out that way, so it was 400. And I got to give props to where the devil, props are due. There was a local lady, she organized that. They got rid of the registrar of voters, but on the flip side, she was given a golden umbrella on the way out the door, $725,000 to not talk about what happened in her case. So the rest of the board of supervisors and everybody else wouldn't, have any of the mud fall on them. So that, ladies and gents, is an actual true thing that happened out here in Riverside County, California. You can go vet that information, look up some newspaper articles, and for a good example is we knew 3 of our board of supervisors who were operating without oaths of office. So, one of them, he's not running for office anymore. He's deciding he's going to retire from politics after being, in all these glad-handing positions for the last 20 years. So maybe the heat got a little too hot for him. Maybe. So
Well,
again, we have to stay involved. That's the key thing. Don't put it all on Trump, guys. He's not our savior. Jesus is our savior, but even Jesus expects us to go out and save people. We can't do it. We can't do it living this aesthetic, I'm going to be on the mountain and be all alone type lifestyle. I know it's romantic, but there are others in the world who have to hear the word, and also maybe they need a way to get out of whatever their situation is. So point them towards whatever resources you can. And in my case, I look at the stuff that I am telling you guys about because I yield.
That's a lot.
yeah, just like it says, my people suffer from a lack of knowledge. And I think that's a good, what this internet or this technology is good for is that we can share information, like you were saying, we need to put the heat on them. Well, people have to know what's going on first,
Yeah.
and that's why I like to share a little bit of knowledge. I don't have answers, but I can share knowledge. Things that I've read and different things that I've personally experienced. That's all I can do.
Yeah. That's right there. Yeah, we'll take over after that. I agree.
If I may, folks, there was a comment about Dr. Shiva. Shiva's doing some interesting stuff, but there's other stuff he said that's concerning. So again, folks, use discernment. That's the other thing, we're taught biblically have discernment. So anybody who again is wanting you to throw money into seminars, I'd ask, well, after you pay that money into the seminars, your problem's solved. And most people will realize, no, it isn't, so I'd be very careful. And the thing it's not me being a character assassin on Shiva. The guy is extremely intelligent. I got to give him his props. But the thing is, he knows he's intelligent. So he's always saying I when he's talking about things to be done versus we. He has said to disregard the Constitution because he believes he can run for president. He's not, and I know folks are going to have disagreements on it, but he's not qualified as a natural born citizen. I was quite concerned about Kamala Harris being in the line of secession because she is, through her father, who's Jamaican. Well, he has the Jamaican citizenship, and under their laws, it makes her a Jamaican. So she had dual citizenship, and she was in the line to Biden's, to the presidency. The good news, excuse me, is besides the citizenship issue of not being a natural born citizen, she also had no oath of office when people appointed for that.
There's a lot of them like that.
Yep.
That's like here in Indiana. One of our representatives is from Ukraine. She was born in Ukraine, but yet she got citizenship, and now she's in our government. There's a lot of them like that. They were not even born in this country, and they're in political positions.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's right, Debbie. Uh-oh. There went Sean again. Thank you for the links, John.
Do what?
Thank you for the links that you've been putting.
Yeah, I can't click them because I'll leave. And I wish I could put them somewhere and save them, but I'm not good with electronics. I'm not good with stuff like
in regular chat also.
They are in there?
Yeah. So tomorrow whenever they let the chat come back. if this video didn't get taken down, because we've talked about a lot.
Yeah, you know, I don't think there's anything to be fearful of. You know,
No.
you know, this country's been here 250 years, and you know, we're still here, we're still going, and really, a lot of things are going on now that's always been going on. Just like, you know, almost every election since elections were started in the United States, the loser has always contested or questioned the legitimacy of the vote.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a new thing where the loser will always say that. Um, but I think too, this is another move to try to promote the you know, pretty soon maybe, you know, we can vote online. You know, we'll be convinced that the net is so secure now because look how many people are doing banking and everything else. That why not vote? You know.
May I, John? The
Yeah.
social credit score will then come into play. If they don't like you, you lose your power to vote. Very, very scary possibility with what you're proposing. And I've even referenced that when I call into InfoWars that they might do that. So we're on the same track with that. Good point.
Right. That's why I say China is kind of like the experiment for social credit scores and this technology, facial recognition. Um, if you really look at what's going on in China, you know, a lot of the things people are questioning are actually taking place in certain parts of the world, you know.
Yes.
But China embracing it. I don't know if China's really embracing it or because of the way China is. I don't know if they're just, you know, this is what we're going to do and you're going to like it, whether you do or not.
And that's it. That I was told that we might have created this social score thing, and China is the tester.
And they might call it something different.
Right.
You know, but it'd be the same thing, you know. That's like I've seen a futuristic possibility video, you know. This is the way the future is going to be. Everybody's going to get a certain amount of money per week to live on, and it'll be enough to cover your housing. And you know, robots are going to take over and do the manual work, so our health will improve. And you know, oh, it just sounded really good. But then again, I'm thinking, well, what would that do to us? You know, some things we do is because we have to. Like a lot of people don't want to work, but that's how they're going to make their money. What are you going to do with a bunch of people who they don't have to work no more? You know?
Yeah. Wouldn't be good. We've already become so accustomed to convenience. That's when I talk to the girls about gardening, and they're like, you want us to get back to the 1800s? And I said, no, I just want you to be able to grow food and know how to can it, preserve it. If it gets to where you can't afford to buy it, you have backup.
I heard some of that the other day. I heard it. I thought about it though, like I'm really into that now too. But when I was younger, I was like, oh my God. You know, it's like
Yes.
you get older and you start to think differently than when you're young. And that's all. They'll probably, hopefully, they're holding the knowledge and they're learning now for later when they really want to. Because I know I think it's awesome now. But when I was younger, I'm like, oh my God, it's just, so what? I mean, I'll just go, I think of it now.
But it's because it's work. It's because it's a daily work. Keeping a garden is daily. Raising chickens is daily. I mean, it's not something that you can just, okay, I'll do this and just tend to it whenever you want to. It is work. And that's what they're kind of like. But why put all this work into it? Well, one day you'll see. Just be glad you know it. It's something that should be passed down.
Right.
Yeah.
But too, that's like the older generation, the older people. But then again, you have to take into consideration, like I grew up on a farm, and I knew, um, well, the way I was raised, we had a big garden, we raised beef cattle, and my one uncle and aunt, they raised pigs. Um, Another uncle and aunt, they milked cows. So we had milk, we had pig, we had all the garden. My aunts and uncles, they would come over and we would harvest the garden. And my mom would can everything or freeze it.
Yeah.
And, you know, and my other aunt and uncle, we had gardens and we all kind of worked together um, for our, we bartered and worked together, which it worked out very well. But
Yeah.
we've got away from that. And two, since a lot of the
Oh,
farms went to mega farms, now the little farmers, they're not as many, you know. They're still around, but it's not like it used to be. And I think that hurt everybody because a lot of people now, we see what the mega farmers have done. And they've taken, it's like everything, a monopoly on farming. Just like our stores, they became big retail, like Walmart and Kmart. And pretty soon the little guys were getting put out because they couldn't compete.
yeah. There was a video I just saw. Everyone keeps talking about the Bible. This little girl, she took the Bible and she explained why the earth is flat. And but she did it in a way that it was like, just like what I had written down on that paper from 2013. She was drawing it, and in it was the cross, but it was upside down. Yeah. And I don't know why that was, but she was showing how the sun and the moon were, she was showing the firmament. The firmament is the dome over it. And she was showing that the sun and the moon and the stars are all inside of the firmament. And, I mean, she was like, I don't know, young, 10 maybe. I'm going to have to find that video and share it because it's the way she explains it. This little girl with the scriptures and drawing it at the same time, reading the scriptures. It's like, it's crazy how she came up with that. It's just like, it just came to her.
Yeah, I mean, when you read the Bible, it really doesn't say a ball or, it leaves it to your imagination, really,
Yeah.
And then you have to take, do we believe what, NASA and everybody's telling us, or, it just gets into a whole lot of stuff. And, that's just, I think that's a personal thing that,
True. Well, that's
If I'm-
like to
Bob-
share different things. I'm sorry, Sean.
I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night shortly, but whether you believe in the firmament or not doesn't have standing in a courthouse. So that's where it all comes to now. I'm gonna say this: a lot of our missiles and artillery are based on a rounded Earth. So if we're wrong on that math and the Earth's not round, guess what? We wind up blowing up our own troops. And so far, I don't recall us dropping any Aegis missiles on our troops going back to the 90s at least, if not even farther back. So yeah, do we sometimes drop a helicopter or a planes bomb on somebody? Yeah, we sometimes accidentally frag our own guys that way, where it's pilot error. But when you're talking guided missile, we're pretty darn good about getting those right down into people's chimneys and into their car windows and things like that. So I would really advise people to check and double check, trust but verify, because the definition of firmament can even be played with, which is kind of where I lean towards it. If we're an expanding cosmos, maybe the firmament is always expanding as well. So just, food for thought. And I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Thank you for letting me up here. And sorry, I sound like, like someone has scraped out my vocal cords, but,
No,
been interested in the weather here. So,
thank you
take
very
care,
much,
guys.
Have a
Sean.
good night, Shane.
You be careful over there.
Take care, Bonnie.
You too. Talk to you soon.
Did you get my pictures? And
Yes,
videos?
I got your pictures and videos. Our cars are white. The steps are white. She's been sending me pictures of the snow and ice out there.
Well, it was
Crazy.
It was pelting me in the eyeballs as I'm like trying to do all that.
How much you supposed to get, Bonnie?
I don't know. I haven't heard an estimate.
I
Have you?
was told 3 inches.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I was like, really? I'm not going anywhere too early tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be shut down. There won't be.
Yeah, the stores will be closed.
Yep. Yes, Texas completely closes when it does this.
Well, I'm about to put all right. Any of them Northerners?
Yes.
Okay, so I grabbed the box of kosher salt. That's what they put. Well, that keeps it frozen, don't it?
Does kosher salt work on ice?
Any salt will work, but they make a cheap salt,
Use the
like
table.
at Walmart or something.
Yeah.
Up here we can get it. I don't know about down there because it doesn't snow a lot.
Right.
I think that was one of the big things when I was watching the storm and stuff. A lot of the states that really isn't used to getting this type of weather is going to get it.
So, how do I make the steps anti-slip?
Use the salt,
The kosher salt.
the table salt. Use the table salt.
Any salt will work, but up here you can get it's a rock salt.
Right.
I think you could probably even get a bulk salt at Walmart or something like that.
Like the water softener salt.
Yeah, any salt will work.
But for now, I really want to know.
Then take it in there and open it and
Just sprinkle it out there, and it don't take a whole lot.
yeah.
I feel like the table salt would be something like the sand that they put on our roads now. It turns into like a gross.
It's going to anyway. That's what I used on the deck before we got the overhang.
The salt will melt.
It was blowing in sideways, so that overhang didn't do nothing.
Well, the salt will melt.
I thought that's what keeps ice frozen, though.
Salt?
We always learn, put salt on the ice to make it last longer in a cooler.
Salt works if you use it like when you're making ice cream. It makes the ice colder, but it also makes it melt faster.
Really? Interesting. All right. I'll go put salt all over the steps.
It's my daughter. She's
This is not everything I've ever learned in
she's a little excited. We don't see snow often here.
Well, no, I just don't want any of us to slip and fall on our butts on the steps.
Right, but I'm not going out there, so
How cold is it supposed to get there?
in the teens,
16, 17?
yeah, like 16, 17, something like that. Let
Yeah.
me look.
All the neighbors are doing their TikToks with the loud music and snow.
Oh my goodness. The neighbors are partying.
Yeah, best thing to do is scrape off what you can, snow, and then throw you some salt down. And
Keep the dogs off the salt. Uh-oh. Texas orchid. Come, yeah. Why can't the dogs get on the salt?
I think one thing is they'll track it in the house.
Oh. I'm a cinder.
And it might, I don't know if it'll dry their paws out or what the effect of salt would be.
I got a package. I don't have the dividers for the can when you're canning in the pot. And so I ordered that. Just those two metal, one for the bottom, one to divide the jars.
For when you're canning?
Yes. And she cannot stand it. That's what she was in here messing with. You could hear that paper rattling around. And she said, I have just got to know. And I said, I already know. So that's what she took in there to open. She can't stand not knowing what's in that bag. And then she's going to say, what are these for?
Gotta learn somehow.
Oh, it's hard on their paws. Wipe or rinse their feet. Okay. And she needs a bath anyway. We were just talking about.
Yeah, I think we're in some exciting times,
I
And
know.
I think a lot of people, some of the things that the think tanks want to implement are scaring people,
Mm-hmm. I agree.
and anything in life it could be good or it could be bad. I mean, and I think that's what we're kind of dealing with. A lot of people, any subject. Like there's some people who think Trump is, terrible and evil and satanic, and but then there's just the opposite of that, and it's like, well, I think it's no different than any other time. Hopefully, Trump does do good, and the country does good. Even though Trump, some people, they're scared of what Trump says, like MAGA, make America great again. And they're scared that that's going to drag us into wars. Like as though Trump's going to ignore everybody else. But I think Trump is, his administration is looking at all the different things and different ways of doing stuff. I think as a businessman, he has established relationships with a lot of countries that for many years we were called were our enemies, like Russia and China, and you know,
Yeah.
every country really, you know.
Those go in the kitchen. There's the vinegar. Leave that alone. Thank you.
But honestly, I don't get the excitement of having to fix it.
Oh my gosh. I don't think kids ever grow up.
No, they don't.
We all stay kids.
Yes. Yeah, I haven't wanted to grow up. Crank up the radio in the car as loud as I can.
Yeah, like Region 9 was saying, if you look at like G6, G7, all the Gs, you know,
Mm-hmm.
these are like global alliances. And the US and Russia and China, all the people who we've been told are our enemy are really in these alliances. You know, sometimes they agree and disagree on things and stuff like that. But I think, you know, on a world view, I think a lot of these countries are trying to um, get over this Russia, Russia, China, China, UK, Brit, you know. And I think,
Warning.
yeah,
Yes. I think a lot more of them want peace than we're being told. And of course, the superpowers are going to negotiate better, maybe is that the word, for peace, because we all know the outcome. They know it also. It's not just something we know. It would be the destruction of the earth, no matter
the whole world is like Trump, you know.
Yeah.
We see people from all over the world saying, you know, Trump's a good thing because Trump is willing to work with people or, you know, the administration. And it's not all about greed.
Right. He does seem better at talking with foreign dignitaries and leaders than some of the others. Definitely.
Yeah, that's one big thing to look into is like the Axis powers. And that's like, you know, they say the poles are shifting. Well, the axis, you know. Yeah. And like I said, a lot of them see eye to eye, but there are subjects, you know, that they do conflict a little over. And but I think there's ways we can solve these differences um, without a war, you know.
Yeah. I know. Like, I think 10 years ago, I know I wasn't really paying much attention to politics. 15 years ago, definitely not. It was working, making sure that I had a roof over our heads, just stuff like that. And I think that's the way a lot of people were. I don't know what triggered I guess it was seeing what was being done. I mean, even 9/11, I didn't know any of that until I got into YouTube. Um, I mean, I was right there cheering them going to fight, take care of whoever, whatever the agenda was with that. It did bring the nation together. But I didn't see how two airplanes could do that. I mean, that was running through my head. Like, if an airplane can do that, seems like, almost seems like that would happen more often. Then they have the explanation that that's why they have flashing lights up there on a big pole so nobody runs into the building. I don't know. It just, did you feel something was wrong? Well, I didn't see how two airplanes could do that. But at the same time, I still believed it. I believed it was terrorists, just like was being told. And a lot of people did. I know a lot of people signed up for the military right then.
Yeah, like a lot of people, maybe we're being taught how to think for ourselves. You know, the freedom, our freedom to think for ourselves versus being told everything.
Right.
And I think that's one thing that this technology is giving us is the freedom to think for ourselves. Where just like flat earth or ball, hey, it's up to you. What do um, whatever you're looking at or reading or whatever, that's up to you.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it that is real freedom. And some people are scared of it because with real freedom, I mean, some things I see where people really, they go off on these, something that I would view as being a wild ideal, or
Mm-hmm.
a wild thought. Like, wow, I don't know about that. That's getting pretty far out there,
Right.
Um, but at the same time, I cannot prove it or deny it, That's like, is the world really flat or round? I cannot prove or deny. I've never been in a spaceship.
I haven't either. And the one flight I ever took was too short to know.
Right.
So all I know is, for me, that is not of major importance. So as long as I'm able to stay on it and produce what I need to, then that's what matters to me right here, right now. And I try to focus on the things that the children, whenever I first got into YouTube, and it sounded like that's what this was all about, was everyone was like, we have to save the children. Well, I'm all about that. So it was like, yes. And I do know people who use almost all of their earnings to help these people, the children, even the women who have been trafficked. That's their life. That's what they do. And so there are good people out there working on those things. I think that's why they have been finding so many large pockets of people that have been trafficked or kidnapped or whatever, all across the United States even. where these people that I know were going overseas. That's the big thing about the ports. So then you start looking into the ports. Well, who owns this and who owns that? I mean, even Ladybird, her family had a huge shipping company. I don't know if it still exists. Excuse me. So then it gets overwhelming when you start thinking of globally.
Right.
And whenever that whatever they call it, that ship, whatever it was, that got stuck in the canal over there.
The Suez Canal.
Yes. When
Evergreen.
that, yes. And the speculation about what was in the crates, and then they went on and looked in the crates. I never really heard what was in the crates. I heard rumors, but I don't know for sure. But it was all getting so overwhelming. And it was also a time when I was worrying about my mom and stepdad and my father, and things happening with the kids all the time. That's a constant. And so I had to think, okay, what do I really need to focus on right here where I'm at? And that's why in talking to D-Dog and Sean, it was like, okay, I can see where these things can work. And so here where I'm at, Facebook is a big asset for us because that's our first way of communication. Is if somebody hears something or sees something, it instantly goes on Facebook, and then everybody knows about it, and then they're commenting what they see. And so it is useful. And I have family all over the world. I have cousins in Turkey. I have a stepbrother in Germany. It's, and so that's our way of sharing pictures, sharing family news, whatever's going on. And then, so getting involved with the community, going to community events. Once I started getting healthy enough to do that again, and going to the city council meetings, really looking into what are they doing, and then when they sent that postcard, I was like, oh no, gotta be at those. And so we have local battles still going on. I mean, there's always something that you can put your focus on to do good in the world, even if it's just where you are at. We're all spread out all over the place.
I think that's a reflection of the times that we're living in. That's like I said, I think, it could be we're experiencing like a technical shock to where we're getting information in real time versus when they had we went from like the telegraph to the radio and newspaper to TV and all kinds of different technologies like CB radios and throughout this time. But I think this technology right now, like me talking to you in Texas,
Mm-hmm.
and all the people in chat,
Yeah.
it is a lot to take in, and not only that, the amount of information. Now we can look things up and,
Oh, yeah.
so it is a shock. I mean, And I think too, I think a lot of it is we're learning how to deal with real-time information. And we're actually, with freedom of speech and freedom of press and everything like that, there's bullshit out there. And we have to decipher, what's bullshit and what's not. And it is in a sense, a battle in just that.
Yeah. But that's it. Each person can focus on something that's important to them or that they're passionate about. I know one lady that she's really voicing about the cell phone towers with the boxes on them now. Excuse me. The 5G, whatever it is. I don't know what the boxes are because every other time that it went up a G, we never had the white boxes, but now the past few years we've had the white boxes. I've heard different stories about what's inside the white boxes. I don't know. But and then I know another lady that is just fighting like crazy locally where she's at because it's a mess. It's a big city. It's so everyone has a purpose here. And it's finding what it is. And it can change too. Because mine did. I just don't know.
Maybe the journey is finding yourself,
That's
that's
true.
like I see how the world or society wants everybody to wear certain labels, whether it be a conservative or a Republican or a Democrat or a patriot, or anything, just labels. And it's like, why can't I just be me?
Mm-hmm.
If I agree with it, I agree with it. But a lot of people are like, well, if you agree with that, you're a libertarian or you're a Democrat or you're an evil demon. It's
Yes.
like, why am I that if I believe this?
Yeah. It was about 10 years ago, 10 or 15, when I was working at the flower shop. And she and I had been friends for like 30 years. And we were just sitting there talking about stuff. And, well, maybe it was it was Bush Jr., I think, was in office. And we're sitting there talking and just talking. And she just looks at me and she says, I never knew you were so conservative. And I said, what does that even mean?
Right.
And so, yeah. And
I think that's a big thing too. A lot of people want to join groups,
mm-hmm.
Maybe what this group, just take like BLM, Black Lives Matter. Well, yeah, I agree with that. But I also agree that all lives matter. But you can't, they say, if you say that, you're evil.
Yes.
It's like, what?
Bigot or something. Yeah.
That's so one way,
Excuse me. Well, and that's what they did, though. Conspiracy theorists even came to exist after JFK. Anyone who said anything different than what was shown on TV, this is how it happened. Here's Booth. Oop. Okay, he's gone. He did it.
Right.
And so, yeah, it's they keep coming up with new phrases. And at first, I thought it was because of things we're saying here on YouTube or through the internet or whatever, in chats, wherever we say it, because you say something in here and notice how they start using it in the government. It either for good or bad. They'll either put something against it or they'll use it in their speech also. You know, like, what was it? Where we go one, we go all.
Right.
Or just little things like that. But at the same time, if that was happening back in the 63, 64, never can remember the exact year. It's been all the way along. That's why the Patriot Act was created. That's why they keep making these things against the people. Is it to instill fear, to keep us quiet, or I don't know. But January 6th was a good example of that. I think that was to show us what will happen, and you better calm down.
There's a lot of different things. Like any topic we pick to discuss, there's multiple levels to it. That's like January. Let's take the Patriot Act or 9/11. You know, there's a lot going on with that.
Yes.
You know, because when you start asking questions, and the questions you can't find any answer that doesn't make sense, it's kind of like just leads you to more questions.
Yes.
And that's like what you mentioned, the Patriot Act. Prior to 9/11, the three letters and the government, they already were tapped into the communication system and pretty much monitoring everybody.
Yeah.
Well, so people wouldn't really discover this. They come out with the Patriot Act. So the Patriot Act, I think, was more or less a cover-up, or to cover their butts.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, oh, look, you know, because this happened, you know, we did this, you know. And everybody's like, oh, wow, okay, that's good. But it's like, but that was just to cover up what they've already always been doing. You know, so this is how these people work. You know, their minds work differently because they have think tanks and they have strategies and tactics, and they use propaganda and double speak and all kinds of different things.
Yeah. And then COVID. Oh. And I think that was the biggest test on the American people, to see who would comply, who wouldn't, to see how much fear they could instill. And just because when in our lives did we ever see a ticker with cases and deaths of anything?
Right. And they didn't add up.
No.
It's kind of like, okay, all these deaths, where did flu go? Where did heart attacks go? Where did all these other different things that causes death? They're now all considered one thing.
Exactly. And the flu, you know, a lot of people die of the flu every year, but they never did that with just the ordinary flu. There was so many components to that, even that they were pushing. That's why I think it was a huge test on, and it was globally. It wasn't just the American people, it was globally, all
Mhm.
around the world.
You remember Pompeo he was up talking, and Trump was standing there, and Pompeo said, "We are in a live exercise."
Yes.
Well, the military loves exercises.
And
You
in
know?
that, when Trump said, why didn't someone, or
Yeah.
someone should have
I
said
wish
something.
you would have told us.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, there's so many things. But too, I mean, I don't know really, you know, who's trying to do what, because you got, espionage and, you know, to what is the reality of it, um, that I don't know. And that's something, maybe us not knowing, is because if we know, everybody knows.
Yeah.
And you don't want your enemies, if you have enemies, you don't want them knowing what you're doing.
Hmm.
And that's
Yeah.
like, and we're seeing how some of their tactics are. Like, I think it was over in the UK, they had cell phones, um, and it was supposed to be encrypted, and you had to be invited into that, or maybe it was just an app. You could only have that app if you were invited, and criminals were using it. But the criminals didn't know that it was actually one of the three letters did this just so these people thought, hey, we can freely communicate and nobody's going to know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why, and I see a lot of people, they put the government down, they put the military down, they put the police down, but it's like, I think there's more good people in this world, but it only takes a few bad apples, to spoil it, and it could spread. And I think that's something, for me, that's the way I look at things, That's like when Paul Harvey, if I were the devil, a lot of people are saying it's the Jews, it's the Jesuits, it's the Masons, it's the Illuminati, it's the
Zionists.
It's Russia, it's China, all these different pink fingers being pointed, but it's like, well, really, it's in everything.
Who can we blame now? Yeah. I feel sorry for the military. They seem to be the guinea pigs for everything.
To what extent, like I was in the military, and I remember getting vaccinated and different things like that. But, is all of them bad? There have been bad ones. I know that. But it's like everything, some of them, maybe they weren't really necessary. But at the same time, did they cause harm?
Good question.
Right.
Because I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
It's like, a lot of people think RFK is an anti-vaxxer, but there's a lot of times he was saying, I don't know where people get this from. He says, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I just believe people should have choice. And he even says, all my children have had all their vaccines, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like anything, you know? And I think that's what it is all kind of like. Maybe we're being shown that, you know, we do have choice to do whatever we want.
Right. But when you have a friend who's a nurse at the closest hospital and she puts on Facebook that if you didn't get this juice and you come in with COVID, why should I help you? And I was like, are you kidding me? Don't nurses have to have some kind of code of honor also? Or I don't know. But I unfriended her right there. I was like, that's
Well, I think that's a big thing. That's like, you figure everything we know came from somewhere. That's like, you know, the scientist and the chemist and all these people, um, they're doing these studies and creating these things. But does the level underneath of them, like, do doctors really understand um, the chemistry level of what they're um, putting out? You know,
mm-hmm.
are they just reading in a book? Well, for this, you give them this, but the logic behind it, you know, if if they were ever read the logic or the um, to understand what it is chemically that's going on, they might say, "Whoa," you know. And I think that's what some of us pointed out, because we had doctors saying, "No, you don't want that," you know, and you had chemists saying it. But then you go back to the argumentative, um, you know, the pros and the cons. Some will say this is, you know, a very good thing, and some will say, no, man, that's not.
Sorry. Well, I think it was the administrators because the hospitals were receiving money and was it a year ago, this last December, I think, is when my daughter called an ambulance for me. I had a stomach ache. It was a pretty good one. And so she freaked out. She called the ambulance. They came in, and I'm like, no, I'm not going. And so they kind of made it sound like if I didn't, they were going to take me somewhere else. And so they took me to the hospital. They do CAT scan, all this stuff. As soon as they gave me the nausea medicine, it stopped, whatever it was. The nausea medicine stopped it. But they did all these CAT scans and everything, and then he shoved that swab up my nose, held my head down and shoved it up there because I told him, nope, I'm not taking that. Nobody was in there with me, and he just did it. But so he said, you have pneumonia and COVID. Not one symptom of either, but that's what he said I had. And then so sent me home with 3 prescriptions. Those prescriptions were what we know. Okay, one of them was RAM. We know the rest.
Right.
Thankfully, I have friends that are EMTs, and so I was talking to one of them, and I said, "This is what they gave me. Isn't this the one that causes things to go bad? And she said, yes, it shuts down your kidneys. And I said, okay. But all 3 of those prescriptions I threw in the trash. I never took them. I'm still here. I didn't take any medicine for pneumonia or anything else. I just think that it was a big lie to get me to take that medicine that would cause something for me to be put in the hospital. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's the way it seemed to me.
Exactly. And, you know, and that where it goes back to, we really don't know. You know, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a
Right.
chemist. I'm not a biologist. You know, um, but yet we kind of depend on these people. And are they, you know, some of these things, like when you get into these people who they're making the decisions, they are like, they have a doctorate degree and a MD degree and a lariat disease degree. You know, these people are considered as highly educated people, but could they be wrong?
Yes.
And if they're wrong, everybody else is wrong.
We're only human.
Right.
Any of us can be wrong.
That's like, you know, something that statistics have shown was when mankind started getting into the chemical era. This is when people's health really started deteriorating. We started seeing more things health wise, like even cancer.
Yes.
You know, so a lot of it is, you know, they did things maybe to with the idea maybe to help humanity, but they didn't see the long-term consequences.
Right.
And then, you know, nobody wants to say it was because of this, because if it was because of this, now these people would all be held liable, you know. But also at the same time, a lot of laws and legislation and stuff like that was to protect these people. And it's like, wow, you know, these people should be held accountable.
Yes.
You know, or at least held to the degree of um, fixing the wrong that was done, you know.
Yep.
And maybe that's where we're at. I don't know, you know.
That's Region 9 mentioned autism. My youngest has autism. Thankfully it's just it's mild. Like she's high functioning. She's brilliant in areas and doesn't do so well in other areas. But and so when she was diagnosed with it, then I started researching it, and it did lead me to vaccines. And then I saw that the percentage of children who have it now compared to way back, it's like the increase was quick and a lot.
Exactly. I mean, and I think this is something we're all realizing, you know. I think too, you know, some of the kids have grasped this, what's going on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bunch of college students, maybe even like seniors in high school that were protesting in Washington, D.C. And they were protesting on, well, one of the things they were chanting was people over profits. That was what they were chanting. Basically telling the government and the corporations to put people over their profits. And to me, I'm like, wow, they're getting it. They're realizing that a lot of the things in our society was based on profits and not the people,
Yes.
you know. But at the same time, in the chat that I was seeing these students in, the chat was saying, "Oh, these stupid kids, they need to leave this up to the grown-ups. They don't know what they're doing." I'm
Mm-hmm.
thinking, really? A lot of older people, you know, weren't grasping what these kids were saying.
Yeah.
But they were putting them down. I'm like, no, these kids have got it. They know this. They know what's going on. They know these corporations and the government and society itself is putting profits above the well-being of the people.
And that's why everything it's follow the money.
Right. And just like I seen in the chat there, like with the Rockefellers and how the whole chemical industrial complex came to be.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things we could do to get away from. I don't know if we totally could because of how dependent we've become on stuff, but like, hemp, and hemp isn't, like marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could smoke 3 tons of hemp and I don't think you're going to get a buzz off of it, but it would be good for rope and paper and, cardboard boxes like milk, like we used to have.
Yes.
All kinds of great benefits to natural products, egg
They
cartons.
made a car. Do you remember the car? They made a car out of hemp.
Yeah, Ford made a car made out of hemp.
Couldn't even dent it.
But there's so many things we can do different. But the only thing is, sadly enough, the world revolves around the dollar,
Mm-hmm. And you can grow hemp.
Yeah.
It's not illegal because it's hemp.
I think in some states, maybe even Ohio and Indiana, they're starting to actually have like colleges doing research with hemp,
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the research is already done. It's just a matter of doing it, But they put hemp, I believe, kind of in the same category as marijuana.
Oh.
So it's like, and that's like, why did they put marijuana in with like heroin and these major and not in the other category like with alcohol?
Exactly. And make it a criminal offense.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, it's all about the money,
Mm-hmm.
If they could put a tax on it, it will become legal.
Yeah. You know, we had 2 birthdays tonight. Neither one of them, I haven't seen either one in chat. It was Echo's birthday today and Jen that comes in the chat sometimes. She didn't say a lot. And I don't know why that title, the system, just popped in my head. And that's exactly what we've talked about all night long. I was just going to happy birthday to them, have a little party, play the game. And we went full on. Never know what's going to happen.
And that's the beauty of life, you know.
Yep.
I think, just people being able to communicate with each other and, you know, stop bickering and fighting and just, whether you agree with me or not, I'm not your enemy. And you're not mine,
Right. Communication is key to everything, I think.
Yeah, I see a lot of good things coming down the road, a lot of people seeing doom and gloom, and it's like, life is life, and we just need to be aware and learn a little something different every day, and and realize that's like when you look at symbology and stuff like that, and religion in itself. A lot of people are like, well, these people are evil. And it's like, no, they just believe something different, But there are some people who take it to extremes,
But that's anything.
Right.
There's a lot of things taken to the extreme.
Yeah, that's like, when you look at religions and all these different things, religions were supposed to be kind of like to help us in life.
Thank you, Roger. Welcome. Well, that's true, Region 9, but that's one thing that I saw traveling for that almost 2 weeks. I don't know how long it was. Week and a half, whatever. Humanity is not lost. Everywhere we went, it didn't matter where it was. I didn't see any unfriendliness. I didn't see any. And I even put a sticker on the back of my car because the first time we tried to take a trip and my son was in an accident, and that was a whole different thing. But people were just like running up our rear, and they, that's one thing that just drives me crazy is bumper to bumper. No, not on the highway when you're going 75, 80 miles an hour. And so I had a sticker made, "Do you follow Jesus this close?" And I stuck that on my back window, and no one even said anything about it, because I figured, okay, people aren't really going to like this, but it worked. People were staying about 2 car lengths behind us, and it worked. And and then on the front of the car, I had a Christmas tree with lights on it, and at night we'd turn the lights on, and people were taking pictures of it. They were just happy to see it. How'd you do that? It was $2 at the Dollar Tree. $1 for the tree and $1 for the lights. But yeah, it was no matter where we went. And we went to a lot of towns, to a lot of Christmas events where there was a whole lot of people there and no problems at all. It was not anything like what I have been seeing on the news or hearing. I didn't see it all the way into Louisiana.
That's like I always say, on this internet, when you, like I'm always checking different things out and different chats and different programs and platforms, and a lot of times you see people talking and it's like, wow, this world sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And you almost get scared. It's like, wow, we're on the brink of a civil war or a racial war. Or, but then if you go out and you go to your community or take a trip or just go for a walk in the woods, you start to see, wow, it ain't nothing like what people saying.
Yes.
The world is a good place, you know. And I think a lot, like in the chat was saying, there's a lot of good people in this world, and probably more so than the bad ones.
I
But
think so.
the bad ones, I think they, well, just like they say, a bad apple will
Mm-hmm.
spoil the whole thing, And it's like I really believe that. I think there's more good in this world. Just like when you was looking at the inauguration, all these people, um, you know, getting along and having hope for the future of this country. And, with this country, you know, regardless of what everybody's saying and everything like that, it can be, even if it wasn't, it can be um, a great thing for the rest of the world, you know.
Excuse me. Yeah. And I think it is good to just get out there and see for yourself what's really going on instead of listening to the news, listening to other people, and um, just because of personal things that were happening. I needed to do that, just to get away, and I, it, I'm glad I did. It was a great experience for me and my daughter.
Exactly. And it don't hurt to turn this thing off.
Exactly.
That's a
And
lot of time. A lot of people, I see they're stuck to. Most of the time, I don't even know where my phone's at.
mm-hmm.
you know, and I get on here, but most of the time I'm just researching. I'm reading things and articles, and sometimes one thing might take me to another. And I read up on it, and just trying to get a better perspective of the world itself.
Yeah.
History and different countries and different um, ideologies and philosophies, and um, it's like, wow, um, and you can see where um, there are people who have influence over society, where, yeah, these people, um, the ones who are really affecting us in a negative way, these are the ones who are full of greed, and they're just people who have a um, inferiority complex. They're
Yeah.
actually kind of like psychotic.
That's what I was gonna say. They have some kind of issues of their own, and just kind of spread it.
That's like, what would people do? I mean, you see these people with these, you know, $1 billion yachts and these big jets, and it's like, what do you need all that for? You know, or
Yeah.
a 30-room mansion, and a lot of people are like, wow, I'd like to be like that. And I'm like, what are you going to do with that?
Mm-mm. More to clean and take care
Yeah.
of.
But a lot of people are like, well, if you got that much, you can have maids, and it's like, yeah, but I wouldn't want that lifestyle.
No. Are they live-in maids, or are they actually slaves that get paid? No, I don't know. It's, yeah, I don't need it. I'm pretty simple.
Yeah, Navy bed. 29 rooms that store your baby oil.
No.
Yes, somebody did the math on that. I think it was like 700 gallons.
Oh my goodness. No
That's,
way.
that's a lot of baby oil.
Hmm. Well, it's been 6 hours.
Yeah, I didn't plan on staying up here that long, Bonnie.
Well, I appreciate it. I enjoy talking to you.
It's always a pleasure. I enjoy conversation with you and your panel and the chat. And
Yeah. Yeah. I like the group that comes in here, and I think a lot of different opinions tonight. Kind of got a little mixed up, but turned out good.
it always works out. But that's just it, you know. We all got opinions, and sometimes people don't agree with each other, and sometimes they can get carried away. But you know, you have to take into consideration it's an opinion.
That's right.
But people will not agree with me. And I'm okay with that. I actually embrace it.
I know. I like to push buttons and get different perspectives on everything. Because that's what I do. When presented with something, I try to look at every part of it before I respond, especially now, because I have been known to respond instantly, and it's usually not the right response and causes bigger issues. So I'm working on it. And it's not like I have anything major great to say. It's just, I mean, all of y'all make this what it is. It's not something I do. I just open it up.
We all have our opinions, and I don't claim to be an expert on anything, and I don't want to be, because once you start thinking you are, you stop learning, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get out of here, Bonnie, and I love you and love the people in the chat, and we'll get through this.
Love to you too, John.
We just have to roll with the punches.
That's right. Thank you very much for coming up.
Well, thank you. See you all later.
All right, y'all. I'm going to close this one up. Thank you for joining us tonight. I have really enjoyed seeing all your comments, and I did not see that Region 9. Wasn't paying a whole lot of attention, but there was a lot of things I missed. I wasn't looking for symbology or any symbolism, whatever you call it. I was kind of just hoping nothing would happen. It seemed kind of surreal to me, but that was just my opinion. Oh, okay. All right. Well, y'all have a good night. Don't know when I'll go live again, but sure I'll see y'all around. Thank you for coming in. God bless you. Try to stay warm, everybody, and safe. Thank you, Navy Vet. I will check that out. You have a good night.